Chapter 2495 Forbidden Land of Gods and Devils in the End. Under Celestial Lord Jiaolong's persuasion, Long Jiaojiao left in a huff. She went to find her father and personally argued with him. Unfortunately, after obtaining the Demon Emperor scripture, Long Guang went into seclusion and didn't show himself at all. This made the rumors even more sinister. In the end, even the Dragon Clan's janitors knew about it. Yifei no longer wanted to beat Long Xing to death. Instead, he wished he could beat him to death, save him, and then continue beating him to death. However, Long Jiaojiao had great power and influence within the dragon race. When she saw that Yifei didn't want to fight, she just had to issue an order. The young men and elders of the dragon race all stood on Long Jiaojiao's side and glared at Yifei coldly. The only exception was Long Xing, who was more thick-skinned and famous for being a blabbermouth. His clansmen avoided him like the plague, but he had a good relationship with Yifei. Since Long Jiaojiao had blocked the entrance to the Dragon Char Pavilion, Yifei could only stay at Long Xing's place for the time being. At the same time, he also inquired about some information. Among them, the one that attracted Yifei the most was undoubtedly the battle of the Fiend God Forbidden Grounds that was held every 10 years in Fiend God City. The so-called Forbidden Land of Gods and Devils was the intersection of the Divine Land and the Devil World. 10,000 years ago, it was once a battlefield. It was said that after the earthly sovereign failed to attack the Red Moon Divine Dynasty, he took part of his army and retreated to the Forbidden Land. He wanted to enter the Demon Province and make a comeback. Unfortunately, earthly sovereign's action was betrayed by a traitor. In the Forbidden Land, he was completely surrounded by the army of the Divine Imperial Court. The two sides fought a bloody battle. In the end, earthly sovereign self-detonated and died, along with countless Rinzhu and divine emperors of the Divine Imperial Court. Thus, the Forbidden Land of Celestial Devils was formed. It was even rumored that many of the martial artists in the Divine Devil City were the surviving family members of the earthly sovereign's army. This made Yifei even more curious about the god-demon Forbidden Land. In any case, Long Jiaojiao was guarding the Dragon Char Pavilion. Before the misunderstanding was cleared up, there was no way to enter. Yifei decided to let Long Xing lead the way to the Fiend God Forbidden Land to broaden his horizons. Long Xing didn't refuse. After all, Yang's young lord. Long Xing wanted to befriend Yifei so that he could gain some benefits in the clan. Taking advantage of the night, the two of them left the Fiend God City and rushed to the Forbidden Land of Fiend Gods. Young Patriarch, look! Up ahead is the Forbidden Land of Divinity and Demons. Too many martial artists have died here. Many of them were human ancestors and divine lords. After they died, their resentment soared to the heavens, turning this place into a land of corpse fiends. If a lower-level martial artist enters, it's very likely that corpse fiends will enter their body, instantly turning them from humans into corpse fiends. You? There, long above Suv, demon, was. A god. By Teat, S is of course of demon. Demon is. Demon S. Long demon god. How dare you, demon? Who allowed you to walk out of the Forbidden Land? Suddenly, two figures of light rushed down from the mountain peak outside the Fiend God Forbidden Land. They were the same clothes, and even the weapons they used were exactly the same. Sensing the danger, the corpse devil stopped. His ruddy face suddenly turned ashen white, and his eyes turned dark green. His fangs protruded, and his corpse chi soared into the sky. Xiao Chao was so frightened that he quickly grabbed the dragon turtle's tail and choked it. He hid under the spirit medicine quilt and quickly fell asleep. Yifei was also surprised to see the two warriors fighting against the corpse demon. Long Xing, who had a big mouth, had already explained excitedly, "Now, we have a good show to watch. The Forbidden Land of Divinity and Devil is controlled by the Kai family. Every 10 years, the three big families of the Divine Devil City will compete for the control of the Forbidden Land of Divinity and Devil." Speaking up to here, Long Xing seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became resentful. Yifei did not ask. He found an excuse to let Long Xing return to the Dragon Clan. He looked at the forbidden land of Fiend God thoughtfully. With Yi Fei's strength, he was not afraid of the demon corpse. But how could he avoid the Kai family and enter? That was the problem. Right? I have an idea. Blackie, come out and help me dig a hole. Yi Fei shouted into the beast mark space. The dragon turtle was motionless inside. It was even snoring loudly. Yi Fei's face darkened. He said in a muffled voice, "More food." The snoring continued. "2 meals." Roar. A black mouth finally appeared. The dragon turtle's fighting spirit was high as it rushed out of the beast mark space and started digging frantically at the ground. Its speed made Yi Fei widen his eyes. Clearly, after cultivating the Demon Emperor scripture, the dragon turtle's digging speed had increased. In the air ahead, the two Kai family Dao lords were still trying to drive the demon corpse back into the forbidden land of Fiend God. They did not notice that a black turtle had dug a hole not far from them. It led directly into the forbidden land of Fiend God. Inside, corpse chi and ghost chi filled the air. The ghost chi, together with the remnant souls of Renzu and the divine lord who died in battle, turned into terrifying spirits. They let out ghostly howls in the air. The dragon turtle was so scared that its black mouth turned pale. It rushed back into the beast mark space and buried its head in the blanket. However, its turtle shell stuck out high, revealing a large part of its shell. Yi Fei was speechless. Boom! A layer of dazzling sword light suddenly erupted from Yi Fei's body, driving away the approaching spirits and corpse chi. Yi Fei continued forward into the forbidden land of Fiend God. The forbidden land was extremely vast. It was a terrifying battlefield. Along the way, there were many fallen flags and broken weapons. On the ground, there were also dried bloodstains and cracks and ravines caused by divine arts. The earthly emperor's general, Renzu Zhou, died here. Continuing forward, Yi Fei found a large tomb that had been dug up. It belonged to a Renzu who died in battle under the earthly emperor's command. The Crimson Moon Dynasty's Prince Ing Chong died here. Not long after, another large tomb was found. This tomb was decorated magnificently. It was the tomb of a prince of the dynasty, and this prince was Renzu. Ahead, Yi Fei's divine consciousness found more and more tombs. They were either Renzu's or divine emperor's tombs. With so many tombs here, there must be some treasures of divine emperors and Renzu in them. It's no wonder that the Kai, Long, and Qin families of Fiend God City have to fight in the forbidden land of Fiend God every 10 years. As long as the tombs here are not completely excavated, the forbidden land of Fiend God will be the greatest wealth of Fiend God City and the opportunity for the three families to rise. However, these tombs are not what I want. Yi Fei shook his head and stopped paying attention to these tombs. He didn't come to the forbidden land of Fiend God to rob tombs like the three families. His original intention was to find the place where the earthly emperor died. Moreover, Yi Fei vaguely felt that the slovenly Taoist's real purpose in asking him to come to Fiend God City was to help the dragon tribe and to explore the forbidden land of Fiend God. But what does this forbidden land of Fiend God have to do with the Ninth Heaven Swordmaster? Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Fei thought of an extremely bold possibility. Chapter 2496. The Sword Spirit wails. This impregnable pass was the place where the earthly sovereign led the remnants of his army and fought for the last time. On the impregnable pass, Yi Fei saw countless sabers, swords, and mystiques. What shocked him the most was that this impregnable pass was shockingly similar to the impregnable pass of the human race in the Earth domain. It was just that this impregnable pass was bigger and stronger. It was very likely that this was a steel wall that could stop the Emperor of the Ancients. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the defense was, it could not stop the betrayal of a traitor. In the end, this impregnable pass was breached. The earthly sovereign and his remaining troops were all defeated and killed, leaving only this impregnable pass and Renzu's tombs. Yi Fei was not interested in the tombs that had been excavated by others, even if it was Renzu who was buried there. Only this impregnable pass aroused his strong feelings and curiosity. He tried to approach the impregnable pass carefully. Xiao Chao suddenly reminded him nervously. Even though Xiao Chao was afraid of ghosts and had his eyes tightly closed, his heaven and earth divine eyes could still sense many hidden profound energy auras. After Xiao Chao's reminder, Yi Fei discovered that there was actually an extremely well-hidden serial killing array in front of him. If he accidentally stepped into it, even if his life wasn't in danger, he would definitely alarm the Kai family. Xiao Chao, hurry up and find the weakness of the formation. I want to enter this impregnable pass, Yi Fei said in a deep voice. Then he said carelessly, moreover, I can faintly feel that there are endless profound veins inside. The words can't finish eating obviously stimulated Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao instantly opened its eyes and waved its small hands, making a cheering gesture for itself. Then, Xiao Chao ran out of the beast mark space with a swoosh. The divine eyes of heaven and earth only glanced at the serial killing formation. Xiao Chao had already grabbed the dragon tortoise. She grabbed the dragon tortoise's tail and shook it in a domineering manner. The dragon tortoise had already turned from a palm-sized tortoise to a ferocious demon the size of a round table. It carried Xiao Chao and Yi Fei and ran happily into the array. Obviously, Yi Fei's casual remark about not being able to finish it provoked the dragon tortoise more than Xiao Chao. Even when running, the dragon turtle left afterimages behind. Because of Xiao Chao's divine eyes of heaven and earth, the Kai family's killing array outside the impregnable pass was useless. Yi Fei quickly passed through the array and entered the impregnable pass. Just as he walked in, his divine soul suddenly trembled violently. Not good. It's the indestructible sword token. It's actually awakening on its own. Boom! Before Yi Fei could suppress it with his spiritual sense, the indestructible sword token suddenly went berserk. A crazy destructive aura soared into the sky, completely exposing Yi Fei's location. Yi Fei's expression changed drastically. He was shocked to see that the impregnable pass in front of him seemed to have changed after the indestructible sword token had awakened. It felt as if there was another layer of space pressing down with great pressure. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Kai family's experts. There were already powerful divine lights in some areas of the impregnable pass, dispelling the ghost chi and corpse fiends. They were rushing over, and they weren't Tao lords but divine lords. Yi Fei didn't have time to think. He just used all his strength to suppress the indestructible sword token again. At the same time, a sorrowful emotion was transmitted from the indestructible sword token. The indestructible sword token was crying out in sorrow. Could it be that the Nine Heavens Sword Master obtained the indestructible sword token from the forbidden land of gods and demons? Is this why Senior Sword Demon wanted me to come to the forbidden land of gods and demons? Yi Fei thought to himself. He quickly glanced at the dragon turtle, but the dragon turtle was nowhere to be seen. It had already carried Xiao Chao and ran into the killing array to hide. This stupid turtle. Yi Fei's face darkened as he ran into the array. At the same time, many people were flying over from all directions of the impregnable pass. A few of them were divine lords, and they all looked serious. What's going on? The opening of the earthly emperor's heavens only happens once every 10 years. It hasn't even been 10 years yet. Why is the earthly emperor's heavens showing signs of opening? Elder, when the earthly emperor's heavens opened, Brother Kai Ming felt a strange aura that interrupted him from condensing the corpse fiends. Do you think someone is invading? A beautiful girl walked out from the depths of the impregnable pass. Seeing her, the divine lord elders all smiled. Qin Shi, you don't have to worry. If someone is invading, the 3,000 killing arrays outside the impregnable pass will be activated. Even Renzu can't sneak in without being noticed. So, you don't have to worry. This girl was Long Xing's ex-girlfriend, Qin Shi. She was the third daughter of the Qin family and the most beautiful girl in the Qin family. But now, after abandoning Long Xing, this third Miss Qin had mixed up with the Kai family again. Yifei couldn't help but wonder. That's strange. Aren't the Qin family, the Kai family, and the Long family enemies? Why is Qin Shi with the Kai family? The Divine Lord's words didn't reassure Qin Shi. On the contrary, she looked even more worried. She said, "Can the 3,000 killing arrays outside really stop Rinzu? Elder, I'm not doubting you. I'm just worried that I betrayed the family for Brother Ming. If people know about this..." Haha. Qin Shi, don't worry. No one will know about this. You can stay in the Qin family and be our spy. When the Kai family swallows the Qin family in the future, not only will we agree to your marriage with the strongest genius of the Kai family, we will also let your father become the new patriarch of the Qin family, another Divine Lord said with strong expectations. Qin Shi's worry turned into joy. She found that everything was fine and the earthly imperial heavens hadn't really descended. She bowed slightly and continued to walk into the depths of the impregnable pass, returning to the place where Kai Ming cultivated. After Qin Shi and the other disciples of the Kai family had left, one of the Divine Lords said coldly, "Elder brother, Qin Shi is talented, but she's too scheming. Kai Ming is the strongest genius of the Kai family. I feel that Qin Shi isn't good enough for him." Humph, the Qin family isn't good enough for the Kai family. Ming only accepted this girl to make it easier for him to use her against the Qin family. Just wait. 10 years ago, the Kai family controlled the forbidden land of the gods and devils. 10 years later, the Kai family will dominate the God-fiend city. With this woman, the Qin family is completely finished. It seems like our main target is still that group of demi-dragons. Another monarch god elder spoke. Hearing this, the last monarch god smiled sinisterly. The strongest members of the Long family are Long Xing and Long Jiaojiao. It's a pity that Long Xing is a blabbermouth. He was tricked by the Qin family and revealed his weakness. He's no longer a threat. As for Long Jiaojiao, the Heavenly Devil Pavilion will deal with her. Just wait and see. The other Sir Gods were moved. They looked at the last Sir God and said, "Seventh Elder, your cultivation level is the weakest, but you are resourceful. Could it be that you already have a way to persuade the Heavenly Devil Pavilion to reject the marriage alliance with the Long family?" Chapter 2497. Celestial Demon Young Lord. After the Divine Lords finished speaking, they dispersed and continued to cultivate with the help of the corpses. Yifei was secretly alarmed when he saw this. He attempted to absorb some of the corpse-baneful aura and soon discovered that the corpse-baneful aura in the forbidden land of the God-fiends was mixed with Origin's auras. Furthermore, there were Divine Lord origins and human ancestor origins. Yifei finally understood why the God-fiend city had to hold a battle every 10 years. Obviously, the three parties were fighting for the origin energy in the corpses. Rinzu's origin energy was especially effective for martial artists below the Divine Lord realm. Not to mention, there was an Earthly Emperor's heavens hidden in the Earthly Emperor Pass. There must be more precious ancient Emperor's origin energy in there. Sword Soul Whales, Earthly Emperor's heavens. Senior Sword Demon, is this why you asked me to come to the God-fiend city? Yifei watched the Divine Lords of the Kai family leave quietly. The last Divine Lord's plot against the Long family worried Yifei. No, it's more important to tell the Long family about this. After making sure that no Divine Lords were spying on them, Yifei left the forbidden land of gods and devils as fast as he could. At the edge of the forbidden land, the two Dao Lords of the Kai family were still cleaning up the corpse demons that had accidentally walked out of the forbidden land. They didn't notice that someone had entered the forbidden land right under their noses. The entire Long family wasn't affected by Yifei's departure. Instead, under the influence of some people, Yifei was afraid of Long Jiaojiao. Not only did he not dare to go to the Dragon Char Pavilion to fight with Long Jiaojiao, he even went into hiding. This disappointed many Draconians. Outside the Dragon Char Pavilion, Long Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with deep disappointment. Why was she so insistent on becoming the family head? She didn't want to marry the celestial demon young lord. Unfortunately, Half of the elders in the Long clan supported the marriage alliance with the heavenly demon pavilion. This was especially so after Long Xing's big mouth exposed his weakness. The number of elders supporting the marriage increased even more. As such, even Clan Chief Long Wang was unable to refuse. Today just so happened to be the day that the young master of the Heavenly Devil Pavilion came to present the betrothal gifts and marry Long Jiao. Those elders who supported the marriage alliance had also arrived outside the Dragon Chart Pavilion early in the morning. They earnestly advised, Jiao, the young master of the Heavenly Devil Pavilion, is a man of striking appearance. He is a perfect match for you. Even the patriarch did not object to this matter. Why must you be so stubborn? We are doing this for your own good. Long Jiao sneered at Huang Xiaolong's words, and she retorted angrily, What do you mean by, for my own good? You're just trying to join hands with the Heavenly Demon Palace and enter the earthly sovereign's heavens to search for the earthly sovereign's origin energy to help you break through to a higher realm. These words caused the expressions of many elders to change. Some were ashamed, some were embarrassed, and there were even some elders who angrily shouted, Don't speak nonsense. We're not doing this for ourselves. We're also doing this for the entire Long clan. Long Jiao, you're also a member of the Dragon clan. Are you just going to watch as we Draconians decline? The last words moved Long Jiao. She could disregard her own happiness, but she couldn't disregard the survival of the Draconians. At this moment, the sound of drums and gongs came from outside. A group of black-clothed men from the demonic palace carried all sorts of gifts into the Long residence and arrived outside the Dragon Chart Pavilion. The one leading them was a handsome young man in crimson clothes. He had a lot of makeup on, and he actually had a feminine allure. Long Jiao, I've already said that you are destined to be my woman. Now come with me. We will get married today and enter the bridal chamber. As he spoke, the young man's eyes scanned Long Jiao's body without the slightest scruple. Long Jiao was so angry that her face turned pale. The first elder of the Long clan who was in charge of the marriage was beaming with joy. He cupped his hands at the heavenly demon young master and said, Nephew, we can get married, but what about the alliance between the Dragon clan and the Heavenly Demon Palace? Everyone, don't worry. Our palace master has said that the Heavenly Demon Palace will be loyal to whoever is the wife of our young master. As Long Jiao marries our young master, the Heavenly Demon Palace will naturally live and die with the Long clan. A demonic divine lord with a serious expression walked out from the Heavenly Demon Palace's group. He even swore a heavenly demon blood oath with the heavenly demon young master on the spot. This completely showed the Heavenly Demon Palace's great sincerity. The elders of the Long clan who supported the marriage were naturally beaming with joy. Long Jiao's face was incomparably pale. She watched as the heavenly demon young master walked over, pinched her face, and was about to kiss her in public. Just as Long Jiao was about to resist, the heavenly demon young master's cold voice sounded in her ears. Long Jiao, you have to think clearly. Obtaining the support of the Heavenly Demon Palace is the key to your victory in the battle of the Fiend God Forbidden Land. I know that you definitely won't refuse me. He. Under everyone's gaze, the heavenly demon young master actually stretched out his long tongue and licked Long Jiao's face. He clearly didn't treat Long Jiao as his wife, but as a plaything. Seeing this scene, many of the Long clan's youths were furious. Many of the elders were also incomparably embarrassed, but no one stopped this. Long Jiao finally closed her eyes in despair. For the sake of the Long clan, even if there was a pit of fire in front of her, she had to jump in. Seeing that the disgusting long tongue was about to lick her face, a cold, mocking voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. The Long clan is like this. You actually want to sacrifice a woman to protect the Long clan, and even allow this woman to be humiliated in public. You're not a group of dragons, but a group of insects. Boom! Startling sword light erupted from the crowd, enveloping the heavenly demon young master. The heavenly demon young master was greatly shocked. He couldn't be bothered to take advantage of Long Jiao. He hurriedly lashed out with his tongue, and his body strangely twisted. He actually dodged the sword light and had Long Jiao block it behind him. An even colder mocking voice came from the crowd. Did you all see that? This is your so-called marriage partner. She hasn't even married into the heavenly demon palace yet, and she's already being humiliated in public. Moreover, she's so heartless. From this insect, you can see what kind of trash the heavenly demon palace is. You actually hope that such a heartless trash can live and die together through marriage? Many elders of the dragon tribe had ugly expressions on their faces. However, there were also some elders who were furious and shouted, "Who dares to speak rudely? This is the decision of our elders. Since when did an outsider like you have the right to interfere?" Roar! A loud dragon roar turned into a strong wind that pushed the crowd aside, revealing Yi Fei's unmoving figure. Long Jiao also looked at Yi Fei in shock. She hadn't expected that at the last moment, it would be Yi Fei, whom she loathed and was disappointed in, to stand up and speak up for her. This elder brother isn't completely useless. He still has some courage. Long Jiao was somewhat happy. However, when she thought of Yi Fei's weak strength, which even she didn't dare to face, her eyes dimmed. Chapter 2498. Facing the Divine Monarch. What is that old fellow Long Guang doing? It's been so long, but he still hasn't come out to explain this matter. Yi Fei was very depressed. If he had known that Long Jiao would misunderstand, he wouldn't have played that joke with Long Xing. Moreover, he didn't stand up for Long Jiao. He simply didn't want the slovenly Taoist family to be fooled by the Kai family and the demonic palace. However, when he saw Long Jiao's pitiful eyes, Yi Fei sighed and gave her an encouraging smile. "Since you're willing to call me elder brother, then I can't ignore your matter." What a good ignore. This marriage is something that the demonic palace and the dragon clan have already discussed. Your patriarch has also agreed to it. The Long family must give us an explanation for this matter. The demonic young master was furious. He had come this time to toy with Long Jiao, but before he could do anything, he was almost killed by Yi Fei. The demonic young master was enraged. Feeling this anger, the great elder, who was afraid that he wouldn't be able to form an alliance with the demonic palace, roared in anger, "Step down. You're not qualified to criticize the matters of the dragon clan." "I'm not qualified? Are you saying that an old man who only knows how to compromise is qualified? Here's the family token. I now announce that this marriage is canceled." Yi Fei sneered and suddenly took out a token. This caused the hearts of countless demi-dragons to tremble. The first elder was shocked as well. What did this kid do to deserve the clan leader to bestow the clan badge on him? As the saying goes, seeing the token is like seeing the patriarch. Demonic young master, take your gifts and scram. From now on, we don't welcome you here. Yi Fei held the token and coldly announced. Instantly, the faces of those from the demonic palace turned ugly. "Young patriarch, well done." Long Xing was elated when he saw this. He couldn't hold back his loud voice and shouted again. But this time, no one laughed at him. No matter how strong Yi Fei was, Yi Fei's courage to stand out at the critical moment had gained the recognition of many young draconians. The celestial demon young master's face instantly became distorted. Marrying Long Jiao and humiliating the entire dragon tribe was the plan that the Kai family had given to the celestial demon palace. How could the celestial demon young master be willing to fail? What bullshit young clan head? Since we've already given the betrothal gifts, Long Jiao is a member of our demonic palace. Even if she dies, she'll still be a ghost of our demonic palace. You think you can cancel it just because you want to? Who do you think you are? Get out of my way. Boom! In his rage, the celestial demon crown, Scion, directly attacked. Furthermore, he used a killing move as soon as he attacked. It was as if he wanted to kill Yi Fei in front of everyone, not caring about the dignity of the dragon race at all. The expressions of many elders changed once more. In the end, Yi Fei was the young clan head. Some elders prepared to make a move to stop the celestial demon crown scion. However, at this moment, the first elder shouted coldly, "Don't interfere. I'd like to see what kind of capabilities he has to be the young clan leader, and yet he dares to order us elders around." Dong! Ignoring the first elder's mockery, Yi Fei remained as unmoving as a mountain. Sword light spread out from his body. Suddenly, it turned into a sea of blood that completely surrounded the celestial demon crown scion. Innate magic skill, Taiji life, killing sword. The moment this sword appeared, it immediately suppressed the celestial demon crown scion's demonic light. At the same time, Yi Fei took another step forward. The sword chi around him became even denser. The surging will of battle surged towards the celestial demon crown scion like a raging wave. Ferocious demon. The celestial demon crown scion roared in anger and humiliation. His body suddenly expanded as if he wanted to turn into a horrifying, ferocious demon. He wanted to tear apart this sea of blood and Yi Fei's body. However, the life-killing sword's light was too strong. The more the celestial demon crown scion's body expanded, the more intense the surrounding deathly sword light became. Just as the celestial demon crown scion's demonic body reached its limit, kill, the sea of blood that filled the sky suddenly shrank, condensing into a scarlet taiji that ruthlessly chopped down on the celestial demon crown scion's demonic body. The celestial demon crown scion's demonic body instantly shattered. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. Trash like you thinks you are worthy of attacking me? This is your last chance. Scram or die. Yi Fei raised his foot and continued forward. Every time his foot landed on the ground, a dense sword light would erupt. The many dragon race cultivators were shocked to discover that not only did Yi Fei severely injure the celestial demon crown scion with one move, but he also did not use his sword from start to finish. The celestial demon crown scion could not force out Yi Fei's sword. Long Jiao's mouth gaped open. She even rubbed her eyes twice to confirm that what she saw wasn't an illusion. She originally thought that Yi Fei was timid and cowardly, but his true strength was actually so terrifying. Didn't this mean that as long as Yi Fei wanted to, he could defeat her in one move at any time? To think that she had stood here and declared that she would fight Yi Fei. Now that she thought about it, she felt ashamed. As the celestial demon crown scion sighed, saw the celestial demon crown scion heavily injured in one move, they were all enraged. The dragon race has gone too far. Today, I have no choice but to take action. Bang! A vigorous sword might erupted from the body of a half-step divine, lord of celestial demon crown scion. This person stepped out from the crowd. He raised his hand, and a terrifying demonic palm grabbed at Yi Fei. Young patriarch. Yi Fei's responsibility and strength had undoubtedly obtained the approval of many draconians. Seeing that the celestial demon crown scion wanted to gang up on him, many draconians subconsciously stepped forward to help. At this time, the great elder coldly said, "Don't do anything. Let him fight alone. Does he think that just because he has some ability that he dares to be so impudent and disrespect his elders? With such a personality, how can he lead my clan?" The draconians were forced to stop. "Big brother, I'll help you." Long Jiao clenched her teeth and rushed over from the distance. "Young patriarch, I'll help too." Long Xing ignored the great elder's ugly complexion and also rushed out. Soon after, more and more young draconians roared, preparing to rush forward. "All of you stop. Without the celestial demon crown, what can we use to fight for control of the forbidden land of divinity and demons with the Kai family?" The great elder's complexion paled. He didn't hesitate to personally take action and block Long Xing, Long Jiao, and the others. The half-step divine lord of the celestial demon crown scion was overjoyed. He immediately unleashed his strongest power. This was no longer to injure Yi Fei, but to kill him on the spot. Yi Fei's indifferent expression suddenly revealed a trace of anger. "Kill me? You're not worthy. Scram!" Yi Fei finally drew his sword. The black gold emperor's sword carried an even more terrifying destructive light. It formed the undying emperor's sword and shattered the half-step divine lord's protective profound energy. With a plop, a head spurting blood rolled to Yi Fei's feet. With just one strike, the half-step divine lord of the celestial demon crown was instantly killed. The great elder watched this scene in shock. All the Draconians were in an uproar. The celestial demon crown scion was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He turned to the only divine lord of the celestial demon crown scion and shouted, "Great protector, save me." Boom! A terrifying divine lord's aura erupted. Then, a gray figure covered in demonic energy viciously clawed at Yi Fei's face. Chapter 2499. Completely dead. Boom. The demonic aura that filled the sky was as vast as the abyss as it pressed down on Yi Fei. The surrounding void began to corrode as a swamp of demonic aura appeared. Be careful. That's the strongest ability of Demonic Palace, Demonic Swamp. Great Elder, what are you waiting for? Long Jiao looked anxious. At this moment, she had completely acknowledged Yi Fei as her elder brother. The first elders in action not only made Long Jiao anxious, but many of the young Draconians also showed dissatisfied expressions. Long Xing was even more outspoken as he loudly shouted, "First Elder, even if Yi Fei offended you, that's still a private matter. How can an elder kill our clan's young patriarch just because of a small grudge? Impudent. It's not your place to criticize me." The great elder was enraged. However, Yi Fei was the young master after all. If he did not intervene when Yi Fei was in danger, it would be inexcusable. Forget it. Now that he knows the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll intervene and save his life. Why do I need you to save my life? Yi Fei sneered when he heard this. The demonic palace's divine lord was strong, but unfortunately, he was only at the early stage of the divine lord realm. In Crimson Moon Imperial City, he could even kill Renzu. A mere divine lord was not enough to scare Yi Fei. Sword come! The sword roared, forming a rumbling sound that tore through space and shattered the surrounding demonic aura swamp. Yi Fei wielded the Taiji solitary sword and broke the demonic palace's divine lord's ability. This had infuriated him. "Kid, you have completely infuriated me." Boom! An even more intense demonic aura erupted from the demonic palace's divine lord. That aura moved the great elder as he secretly praised. The demonic palace's demonic transformation lives up to its name. Now that he is transformed into a ferocious demon, his combat strength is even stronger. How can this kid withstand it? If he begs me, it will happen within the next 3 breaths. The first elder closed his eyes and started counting. He was looking forward to seeing Yi Fei lowering his head in front of him. Long Jiao and Long Xing also looked nervously at the celestial demon hall's divine lord who had transformed into a ferocious demon. The ferocious demon roared, and a loud, demonic sound shattered the space. Many demi-dragons were affected and quickly retreated, afraid of being attacked by the divine lord's sound waves. Deity Tribulation Blood Sword. Yi Fei's footsteps did not stop at all. Now that his bloodline had been upgraded to the 10th grade, he no longer needed to go crazy to activate his strongest natal superpower. The whistling blood sword suppressed the demonic light and shattered the demonic superpower of the Celestial Demon Hall's Divine Emperor. With a loud boom, the Celestial Demon Hall's protective dark force was torn apart by the sword light and a clear cut appeared. How is this possible? The Divine Lord of the Empyrean Demon Palace stared at his wounded chest in disbelief. A puny Tao Lord had actually managed to break through his demonic body? Fortunately, he was a Divine Lord after all. No matter how strong Yi Fei's natal superpower was, it was impossible for him to kill a Divine Lord instantly. After all, this was a battle of a whole realm above his. However, the sword wound on his body still made the Divine Lord furious. He became even more demonic and ferocious. The injured demonic body reformed, and he clapped his hands. The whistling demonic aura was like a raging sea that swallowed up the world and Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei's strength completely ignited the divine lord of the Empyrean demon Hall's murderous intent. However, the first elder was still hesitating at this moment. He could not put down his pride to help Yi Fei. The other divine lord elders could not stand it anymore. They decided to attack without the first elder's permission. Kill. At this moment, 6 dazzling heavenly cauldron lights suddenly exploded from the sky, filled with demonic light. They quickly formed 6 patterns and mercilessly and quickly shattered the divine lord of the Empyrean demon Hall's divine lord's body. However, the divine lord's vitality was too strong. Even after suffering 2 heavy blows, the divine lord of the Empyrean demon Hall was still injured, but not dead. He roared in anger and tried to retreat to recover. Kill. Shuizhan's consciousness soared into the sky. Seeing that 6 cauldrons were not enough, Yi Fei took out the real ghost deity cauldron amidst the sky filled with demonic light. He followed closely behind the 6th heavenly cauldron and smashed it forward. This is impossible. The divine lord of the Empyrean demon Hall clearly realized that the 7th cauldron was different from the rest. It was a strong sense of danger. This made him unleash his strongest strength in an attempt to retreat. However, before he could retreat, the ghost deity cauldron's light completely enveloped him. It also released boundless 9 underworld's power before it quickly turned into a stream of light and returned to Yi Fei's body. The demonic light that filled the sky and Yi Fei's sword beam instantly dissipated. Yi Fei held his sword and continued to stride forward. Behind him, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was the corpse of a divine lord. Yi Fei had killed a divine lord in a single battle. The entire Long family was shocked. The first elder was ashamed. He felt that he had lost all face. He originally thought that Yi Fei would definitely be defeated by a divine lord and beg him for help. However, not only did Yi Fei not ask for help, he even killed the Empyrean demon Hall's divine lord in front of everyone. First elder, did you just say that my brother doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? I think you are too old. You are no longer suitable for the position of first elder. When I return, I will report this to my father and have you removed from the position of elder. Long Jiaojiao was elated. In her heart, she had completely acknowledged Yi Fei as her elder brother. The demi-dragons present also cheered in victory. On the Empyrean demon Hall side, everyone's faces were pale. The Empyrean demon Hall's young master was even scrambling to escape from the Long family. The other members of the Empyrean demon Hall also threw away their betrothal gifts and scattered in all directions, trying to escape. At this moment, the blood-red light that filled the sky suddenly turned into a sea of blood that enveloped the entire area. It even engulfed all the members of the Empyrean demon Hall. When the sea of blood finally disappeared, only the Empyrean demon Hall's young master was left lying on the ground, covered in sword wounds. The rest of the Empyrean demon Hall's members were all dead. Just now, you said that you wanted me dead. Now, I will fulfill your wish and let the Empyrean demon Hall die completely. Yi Fei sheathed his sword and suddenly looked at the flood dragon of the Dragon Chart Pavilion. The divine Lord Flood Dragon suddenly trembled and looked at Yi Fei with an extremely fearful expression. A Tao Lord killing a divine lord. This was a miracle that had never happened in the history of God Devil City. Countless demi-dragons looked at Yi Fei with reverence. Long Jiaojiao's eyes were filled with worship. When Yi Fei sheathed his sword, she ran over excitedly and hugged Yi Fei's arm. She even kissed Yi Fei's face fiercely. Big brother, thank you. Long Jiaojiao was very happy. Just as she was about to be pushed into a fire pit, it was Yi Fei who had forcefully saved her life. Thinking of this, the excited Long Jiaojiao couldn't help but hug Yi Fei's arm even tighter. She was completely acting like a spoiled little girl to her big brother. Yi Fei almost fainted on the spot. Only heaven knew that he and Long Jiaojiao weren't siblings. Chapter 2500. A storm is coming. Yi Fei, do you know what you've done? You've actually killed so many people from the demonic palace. Do you know that this is a crucial moment for our clan to join forces with the demonic palace to fight against the forbidden land of gods and devils? What you've done has ruined our clan's 10-year plan. The first elder roared angrily. He wasn't willing to give up his position. The only thing he could do was to slander Yi Fei as much as possible. After all, the demonic palace was a considerable force in the demon province. Although their headquarters weren't in the Divine Devil City, they weren't a force that the clans in the Divine Devil City could easily provoke. Hearing the first elder's words, a portion of the elders revealed worried or reproachful expressions as they looked at Yi Fei. One of the elders couldn't help but question Yi Fei. Young clan leader, you could have just stopped the marriage. Why did you have to kill everyone from the demonic palace? Do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to our clan? Are you blaming me? Yi Fei shook his head inwardly as his expression suddenly turned cold. The reason why he'd acted was because the slovenly Taoist had helped him. That was why he'd wanted to protect these demi-dragons. If they didn't appreciate his help, then he would have left without hesitation. As if sensing Yi Fei's displeasure, Long Jiao suddenly charged at that elder like an enraged tigress, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. When you pushed me into the fire pit, I didn't see any of you speak up. Now that my brother has saved me, you're coming out to criticize him. Do you know what shame is? I believe that my brother has a reason for killing these people. Even if he doesn't have a reason, we'll bear the consequences together. As she spoke, Long Jiao hugged Yi Fei's arm even tighter. Yi Fei's expression turned even stranger, but a trace of warmth still appeared in his heart. At least his actions were meaningful. Most of the demi-dragon's elders were conservative, but most of the younger demi-dragons were hot-blooded. With Long Jiao taking the lead, most of the demi-dragons stood on Yi Fei's side. Long Xing even raised his voice and roared, "Bullshit calamity. To think that the Celestial Demon Palace dared to try to kill the young clan head in our race. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to tolerate this. I would definitely kill them. You bastards, you've rebelled. You've really rebelled. This old man won't talk to you anymore. This old man is going to find the patriarch to reason with him." The great elder was fuming with anger. He did not expect Yi Fei to gain the support of so many draconians in just one battle. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind the great elder. "There's no need to search anymore. This clan leader is already here. From today onwards, you're not to question anything Yi Fei does in the Dragon Clan. His orders are my orders." Boom! Long Guang's words caused the hearts of all the elders to tremble. Even if the first elder was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that the patriarch would not even bother to ask and would directly protect Yi Fei. He was so angry that his beard trembled, and he was about to speak. Just as he was about to speak, Long Guang's cold gaze landed on the great elder. "As for you, as an elder, you didn't save your clansmen when you saw them in danger. Instead, you sold out the clan for glory. Do you really think that this clan leader doesn't know that you secretly colluded with the Celestial Demon Palace to force this clan leader into a forced marriage? What? Great elder, you're actually a traitor?" Long Xing's loud voice started roaring again. Yi Fei was speechless. It was no wonder that she would use a honey trap on Long Xing. This fellow had no control over his mouth at all. After being exposed, the great elder's expression changed greatly. He suddenly roared and charged into the sky, trying to escape. Long Guang snorted coldly. Suddenly, a powerful dragon qi erupted from his body. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the great elder's death acupuncture point. The fleeing great elder's Dao mountain collapsed, and his divine hall exploded. He screamed miserably as he fell from the sky, instantly becoming a cripple. Only now did Yi Fei realize how terrifying a draconic person's death acupuncture point was. It was like a snake's weak spot. Once struck, one would definitely die. "Men, lock this traitor in prison. He can't be released for the rest of his life. As for the celestial demon young master, kill him." Long Guang did have some tricks up his sleeve. He didn't even ask. When he saw Yi Fei attack, he immediately started dealing with the aftermath. This showed that he had absolute trust in Yifei. Since Long Guang was like this, Yifei couldn't be too stingy. He helplessly let Long Jiaojiao drag him by the arm. He walked over to Long Guang and said, "Senior Long, the reason I attacked the Celestial Demon Palace so viciously is because the Celestial Demon Palace has already joined forces with the Kai family to harm the dragon race. As for the specifics, Senior can capture the Celestial Demon Young Master and interrogate him." "There's no need to interrogate him. Just search his soul." Long Guang was very decisive. Since he had already formed an enmity with the Celestial Demon Palace, he might as well capture the Celestial Demon Young Master and search his soul. Like this, the schemes of the Kai family and the Celestial Demon Palace were exposed. When Long Guang learned that the Kai family had already sent a daughter of the first wife to the Celestial Demon Young Master as his wife, they concealed this matter and deliberately had the Celestial Demon Young Master take Long Jiaojiao as his concubine, using his wife's family as the condition to form an alliance with the dragon race. Like this, not only would the alliance between the Celestial Demon Palace and the dragon race be null and void, but the Long family would also send Long Jiaojiao to the Celestial Demon Palace to be humiliated. This could be considered a vicious scheme. When Long Jiaojiao understood this, she almost rushed over and choked the Celestial Demon Young Master to death. But before she could do anything, the enraged Long Guang had already turned the Celestial Demon Young Master into meat paste. The faces of the elders who had supported the marriage with the Celestial Demon Palace all turned red. They were so ashamed that they wished they could find a hole to hide in. The Celestial Demon Palace is going too far. The Kai family is despicable and shameless. Yifei, if it weren't for you, my dragon race would have fallen into the Kai family's trap. I would have personally pushed my daughter into the fire pit and regretted it for the rest of my life. Tell me, what reward do you want this time?" After dealing with the Celestial Demon Palace, Long Guang looked at Yifei. Yifei didn't refuse. After all, cultivating the ancient god golden body required a lot of cultivation resources. If possible, I hope to obtain a large number of profound veins. At least 500,000 profound veins. With that many profound veins, it should be enough for him to comprehend the second law of the fourth level and break through to the mid-stage Tao Lord realm. Long Guang nodded straightforwardly. He immediately ordered someone to bring 500,000 profound veins to Yifei. Long Jiaojiao seemed to understand something. She was very considerate and gave her room to Yifei to cultivate in. Yifei immediately felt incomparably embarrassed. He wanted to explain, but Long Guang was extremely crafty. Seeing his daughter so enthusiastic about Yifei, Long Guang gave him the profound veins and disappeared once more. He didn't even give him a chance to prove his innocence. Helpless, Yifei could only be forcefully dragged into Long Jiaojiao's room. Then, he quietly entered seclusion and began to break through to the mid-stage Tao Lord realm. While Yifei was in seclusion, the Celestial Demon Palace also learned that the marriage alliance had failed. The wedding procession had all been killed. But strangely, the Celestial Demon Palace didn't do anything. This puzzled the dragon race's elders. The only thing Long Guang could do was order a lockdown on all news regarding Yifei. At the same time, he secretly brought Long Xing and Long Jiaojiao, the two strongest geniuses of their family, into a secret room and began to teach them the Demon Emperor scripture. This was also to make preparations for the upcoming battle in the Forbidden Zone. The Qin and Kai families also began to make preparations. Chapter 2501. The Battle of the Forbidden Grounds time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the time for the Battle of the Forbidden Grounds, which happened once every 10 years. This day was the grandest occasion in the entire God-Fiend city. The Dragon Clan, Long Jiaojiao, came to her room early and knocked on the door. "Brother, are you done cultivating? Father is looking for you." For some reason, Long Guang didn't expose the rumor. Instead, he allowed Long Jiaojiao to misunderstand. Perhaps this was Long Guang's way of hiding Yifei's identity. However, this action made Yifei suffer. For example, when he opened the door, Long Jiaojiao was already hugging his arm. If they were siblings, it would be fine. The key was that they weren't siblings. Yi Fei felt very awkward. He explained several times, but Long Jiao didn't listen. She thought that Yi Fei had been abandoned for too long and lacked fatherly love. She even complained about Long Wang. As the younger sister, Long Jiao decided to use more love to influence Yi Fei. Yi Fei was speechless. He could only stroke Long Jiao's dragon horn and said, "Patriarch, are you looking for me because the battle of the fiend god Forbidden Ground has begun?" Yes. Long Jiao's face flushed red. All half-dragons had a weak point. In fact, Long Jiao's weak point was the dragon horn on her head. When touched, it was like touching her soul. It was very sensitive. Even though she cultivated the demon emperor scripture, her dragon horn was still sensitive. Yi Fei didn't know this. He touched it and felt that it was quite nice. He touched it a few more times. Long Jiao's face turned even redder. She felt her body go weak. She quickly let go of Yi Fei's arm and ran out like a frightened deer. "Brother, you're too bad. I'm going to tell father." Long Jiao's embarrassed and angry voice came from afar. Hearing this voice, Yi Fei's face darkened. He didn't know what was going on. Long Guang's loud dragon roar came from the sky above the Long family. "All disciples of the Dragon Clan and above, gather here. We're going to the forbidden grounds of Godfiend now. Our Dragon Clan has the young master this time. We'll definitely win. The dragon race will win. The young patriarch will win." Yi Fei hadn't expected Long Xing to be so eloquent and good at boosting morale as well. When they heard Long Xing's words and recalled Yi Fei's terrifying strength that could kill even divine lords, all the half-dragon Dao lords were in high spirits. Only the flood dragons who stayed behind looked at Yi Fei with unfriendly gazes. If it weren't for the fact that this young clan leader is a real human, I would have suspected that he is a dragon turtle spirit. I would have joined forces to beat those shameless dragon turtles to death. Divine Lord Jiao Long of the Dragon Chart Pavilion sighed. Behind him was a large group of flood dragons. They stared at Yi Fei with their eyes wide open. Inside the beast-marked space, the dragon tortoise became extremely nervous. Even when Xiao Chao ate the magnetite, the dragon tortoise did not open its mouth. Instead, it tried its best to shrink into its tortoise shell. This surprised Xiao Chao. Not long after, a huge flying ship rose from the Dragon Clan. It emitted rolling dragon chi and shook the void as it flew toward the Godfiend Forbidden Land. At the same time, the Dragon Clan moved. To the east of the Celestial Demon City, a flying ship of the same size swiftly rose into the air. It emanated a sword chi that was even more powerful than the dragon chi as it swiftly flew over from afar. It completely ignored the dragon tribe's flying ship and charged straight at it. Qin Shi, on the flying ship, Long Xing suddenly saw a beautiful figure. It was the woman he used to love the most, the third young mistress of the Qin clan, Qin Shi. Beside her stood Qin Yi and Qin Zhen. Hearing Long Xing's loud voice, Qin Shi's expression changed. She seemed to feel guilty, making her unable to face Long Xing beside her. Qin Yi sneered. "Why? Are you feeling sorry for him?" "Third sister, it's not that I want to criticize you, but that Long Xing is just dog shit. Your partner should be a real hero, not a half-dragon with an incomplete bloodline." "Qin, who are you calling an incomplete bloodline? If you have the ability, come here and see if I don't slap you to death with my claws." Long Jiao's expression was furious. An incomplete bloodline was a taboo for half-dragons. Qin Yi not only exposed their shortcomings, but also insulted them. A strong fighting spirit appeared on Long Jiao's body. However, Qin Yi's gaze was full of disdain. "Long Jiao, don't try to show off in front of me. Thanks to that big mouth of Long Xing, if I'm not wrong, the dragon horn on your head is your weakness." "What? The dragon horn is your weakness?" Yi Fei looked at Long Jiao with a strange expression. Then, his forehead was covered in sweat. No wonder when he touched the dragon horn, Long Jiao blushed like that. And he actually... Yi Fei's expression was solemn, as if he didn't hear what he just said. Even so, Long Jiao was like a tigress whose tail had been stepped on. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Qin. Wench, since you know my weakness, do you have the guts to fight with me now? Little bitch, just you wait. In the forbidden land of gods and devils, I'll tear your face apart. Qin's expression was even more ferocious. Her delicate face showed signs of twisting. Yifei and Long Xing both felt a chill run down their spines. Long Guang and the head of the Qin family, Qin Ming, coughed at the same time and hurriedly pulled the two women to the side. Qin, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, she sneered and pointed at Yifei. It's funny. Is there no one else in your dragon clan? You actually invited an outsider to fight for you. If this person is strong, it's fine. But he's just an early-stage Dao Lord. He's completely useless and ugly. Long Jiao, your taste is really unique. I like this kind of person. At least he's better than you who attract bees and butterflies everywhere. Long Jiao was furious. She forcefully pulled Yifei over. After all, they were just siblings. Hugging like this was a show of force. Yifei had the urge to vomit blood. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Ming, the head of the Qin family, suddenly snorted. Qin, stop talking. We don't need to waste our breath on the weak. Long Guang, my Qin family wants to take this path. Are you going to move aside? Qin Ming directly provoked. Many of the Draconians were furious. At this moment, Long Guang was smiling. Not only did he move the flying boat aside, he also made an inviting gesture. The Qin family is arrogant. Our dragon clan is ashamed of our inferiority. Brother Qin, please. Qin Ming's gaze couldn't help but narrow. However, he saw that the dragon clan's flying boat didn't have any abnormalities. Yifei was only a mid-stage Dao Lord. Judging from Qin Yi's tone, this person was just an ordinary person who looked good but was useless. In addition, many of the dragon clan's experts' weak points had been secretly collected through Qin Shi's beauty trap. It was expected that the Long family wouldn't be able to do much. Chapter 25:02. The first battle, one move is enough. Yifei nodded with a smile. Just like Long Guang, he watched Qin Jin swagger away with a smile. Long Jiao was baffled. Weren't the Dragon Clan and the Qin Clan supposed to be enemies? Why did Yifei and her father have the same smile? Is this what it means to be a father and son? Brother still wants to deny it. Now I've caught you. Thinking of this, Long Jiao ran over happily and hugged Yifei's arm. The smile on Yifei's face froze. Long Jiao, call me Jiao. Brother, I know you suffer a lot outside. I'll take good care of you in the future. As she spoke, Long Jiao grabbed Yifei's hand and placed it on her dragon horn again. She realized that although she was a little shy when Yifei stroked her, there was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Yifei's face darkened. The dragon race's airship wasn't too far away from the Qin family. Almost as soon as the Qin family entered the Forbidden Land, the dragon race's airship hurried over. Intense corpse light immediately erupted from the Forbidden Land. A large group of experts from the Kai family were already waiting there. Seeing that the Long family didn't come side by side with the Qin family, Kai Gang, the head of the Kai family, couldn't help but sneer. It seems that Qin, she didn't lie to us. She really has grasped the weakness of the Dragon Clan. So, in this battle of the God and Devil Forbidden Lands, as long as we defeat the Qin family, we'll win. On the Qin clan's airship, Qin Ming, the head of the Qin clan, also fixed his eyes on Kai Gang. Brother Kai, now that 10 years have passed, shouldn't you withdraw your people from the Forbidden Land of divinity and demons? Brother Qin, Brother Long, there's no hurry to withdraw the troops. After all, the Forbidden Land of divinity and demons does not belong to the Kai clan. There are still many forces in the Divine Prefecture and Demon Continent that are eyeing this Forbidden Land covetously. Therefore, I have a suggestion for this battle. Whoever wins will not only gain control of the Forbidden Land of gods and devils, but the clan that loses will have to obey the orders of the victor. What do you think? Kai Gang, you're clearly swallowing us. When Long Guang heard this, his expression carried a rare coldness. Many of the elders of the Qin family had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, another flying ship flew over from the distant sky. It was filled with demons, and there was a flag on it with the words Demonic Palace written in blood. Clan Head Qin, Clan Head Long, you misunderstood. Clan Head Kai isn't trying to annex you. Instead, he's trying to ally with you to prevent this forbidden area from falling into the hands of outsiders. If you agree, then the battle will begin. If you don't, then I'm sorry, but you don't have the right to participate in this battle. Boom! More than a dozen divine monarchs jumped down from the flying boat and openly stood on the Kai family's side. As a result, the Kai clan's strength instantly increased. Kai Gang also looked at Qin Ming and Long Guang with confidence. Clan heads, please make your decision. If you can't make a decision, then there's no place for you in the forbidden land of gods and devils. Kai family, aren't you afraid that our two clans will join forces? An elder of the Qin family angrily threatened. But as soon as he said that, the elder felt awkward. In order to deal with the Long family, the Qin family didn't hesitate to let Qin Shi use her beauty to find out the weaknesses of many young experts of the Dragon Clan. Now that the Qin family and the Dragon Clan were like fire and water, why would they join forces again? Kai family, good plan. We agree to your conditions this time. Qin Ming concealed his face. Now that the Kai family was strong, the Qin family would be at a disadvantage if they met force with force. Why not start the battle first? If the Qin family won in the end, they could turn the tables and command the Kai family. This temptation was great. Kai Gang smiled and nodded. Qin Ming is indeed wise. What about you, Brother Long? Long Guang didn't say anything. He only glanced at Yi Fei subconsciously. Yi Fei was expressionless and indifferent. If it weren't for the slovenly Taoist, he wouldn't have bothered to participate in this kind of family conflict. All right, since you dare to bet, the Dragon Clan will naturally accompany you. However, the battle in the Forbidden Land must follow the previous rules. Only Dao Lords are allowed to fight. Divine Lords like us are not allowed to interfere. Long Guang gritted his teeth and decided to bet everything on Yi Fei. However, in the eyes of outsiders, this scene looked like the Dragon Clan was forced to compromise under the pressure of the Kai family, the Sky Demon Palace, and the Qin family. Kai Gang and Qin Ming both sneered. The Divine Lord of the Sky Demon Palace's eyes turned cold. All right, we'll follow the previous rules. Each clan will send 3 Dao Lords to challenge each other. The final winner will be the final winner. The Sky Demon Palace will be the judge in charge of this battle. Whoever refuses to admit defeat will be punished by the Sky Demon Palace. The Sky Demon Palace didn't just have branch palaces, it also had a main palace. Their forces were spread across both the divine and demon continents. Hearing the Sky Demon Palace used the main palace to threaten them, the Dragon Clan and the Qin family were furious. Since they couldn't give up on the forbidden land of gods and demons so easily, they could only nod with gloomy expressions. Long family, send out your people first. The Divine Lord of the Sky Demon Palace suddenly looked at Long Guang darkly. The young master of the Sky Demon Branch Palace had entered the Dragon Clan and didn't come out. Clearly, he was doomed. It wasn't that the Sky Demon Palace didn't want to take revenge. They had waited for this day to settle the score. Moreover, the 3 major clans of the Divine Demon City were very familiar with each other. Whoever sent out their people first would definitely be at a disadvantage. Realizing this, the members of the dragon race were furious. Only Yi Fei remained indifferent, as if he had nothing to do with this matter. Long Guang was also smiling. Suddenly, he turned and glanced at Yi Fei. Long Xing, you go up for the first battle. Clan leader, watch me. Long Xing was full of fighting spirit. He walked up to the void arena that had been built long ago. So it's Big Mouth by Long Xing. What a pity. Qin Shi, you go up. Qin Ming's eyes were cold. He had actually sent out Qin Shi. Many Dragon Clan members' faces changed. Long Jiao Jiao grabbed Yi Fei's arm tightly and said, "This is bad." Long Xing is a straightforward person. Although Qin Shi lied to him, it's hard for him to do anything to Qin Shi. I'm afraid that we might lose the first battle. The Dragon Clan wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The Qin family members who knew Long Xing's character were secretly excited. Some even cheered for Qin Shi, hoping that she could kill Long Xing in one move. A large number of martial artists had gathered around the forbidden land of gods and demons. These martial artists either came alone or in groups of 3 to 5. These were all small forces of the divine demon city. Every battle of the forbidden land of gods and demons was a great reshuffling of power in the divine demon city. Therefore, these small forces had to pay attention to it at all times. When they saw that the Dragon Clan had actually sent out Long Xing, whose weakness had been exposed, these small forces secretly shook their heads. They felt that the Dragon Clan had most likely given up on fighting for the forbidden land of gods and demons. Many forces that were on good terms with the Dragon Clan were already considering whether to change their allegiance and rely on the Kai family or to the Qin family after this battle. Kai Bao, I'm here to ask for advice. Both of you, come at me together. Dong. Chapter 25:03. The Dragon Clan's eruption kill. Just as Long Zhaojiao expected, Kai Bao rushed onto the stage. Without saying a word, he sent a punch at Long Xing and Qin Shi. But at the critical moment, Long Xing suddenly pushed Qin Shi to the edge of the stage, allowing Qin Shi to be far away from danger. Qin Shi's expression was filled with complicated emotions. Kai Bao was also somewhat surprised. Long Xing, you're really infatuated. Forget it. Since you've been cheated so pitifully, I'll let you be free as soon as possible. Massacre Chain Palm. Kai Bao's body and mind were like a leopard as he suddenly approached Long Xing. His 2 palms carried a corrosive will as they continuously bombarded Long Xing's ribs. That was Long Xing's Achilles heel. Originally, only Qin Shi knew about it. But Qin Shi had not only revealed this secret to the Qin family, but also to the Kai family. At this moment, Kai Bao wanted to take advantage of this weakness. His 2 palms continued to bombard Long Xing's ribs. But what shocked Kai Bao was that even though he had clearly attacked Long Xing's Achilles heel, Long Xing didn't die. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. A loud dragon roar had already transformed into an even more berserk Dragon Man fist that continuously smashed into Kai Bao's face and body. Kai Bao was beaten senseless. He screamed miserably as he was sent flying out of the arena. This shocked countless martial artists. Long Xing raised his eyebrows and let out a loud roar as he was about to turn around. Silently, a sword light attacked from behind. It was actually Qin Shi, who had been protected before. She took the opportunity to swing her sword and stab at Long Xing's ribs again. Don't blame me. I'm only doing this for the family. For the family? Once upon a time, I loved you so much. For you, I would do anything. But you personally destroyed my love for you. Roar. An even more terrifying dragon roar came from Long Xing's mouth. At the same time, a powerful demonic aura appeared on his body as he ruthlessly struck Qin Shi's chest. Qin Shi's face was filled with disbelief. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell out of the arena. But at the same time, Qin Shi used her own sword to heavily injure Long Xing. She even pushed Long Xing out of the arena. There was actually no victor in this battle. In other words, the final victor was unexpectedly Long Xing. What was even more frightening was that Long Xing had clearly been stabbed in his Achilles heel, but he did not die and was only injured. Long Xing, you actually lied to me. After falling out of the arena, Qin Shi stared at Long Xing with a venomous look in her eyes. At this moment, Long Xing didn't even spare her a glance. He dragged his injured body back to Long Guang and knelt down. Clan leader, I was wrong. Tears of regret rolled down Long Xing's face. Long Xing, get up. It's not scary to be wrong. What's scary is to lose the courage to face your mistakes. You didn't disappoint me. On the contrary, you did very well this time. Long Guang's expression was solemn as he helped Long Xing up. Yi Fei also nodded secretly. After cultivating the Demon Emperor scripture, the demi-dragon could indeed make up for the flaws in their bloodline. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor scripture had no effect on his earthly sovereign bloodline. It seems like I still have to fight to enter the earthly sovereign realm. Yi Fei was absent-minded. At the same time, he habitually stroked Long Jiao's pink dragon horns, causing the latter to blush. However, she was too embarrassed to reject the rare intimacy of her elder brother. The result of this battle greatly exceeded the expectations of the demonic palace and the Kai family. The demonic palace's Sir God in charge of the referee looked at the Dragon Clan with evil intentions again. There's no winner in the first round. According to the rules, the Dragon Clan may still need to fight in the second round. The demonic palace is too much. This is clearly favoritism. Many elders of the Dragon Clan could not help but roar. The demonic palace's Sir God's expression immediately turned cold. In the world of warriors, the strong are respected. If you're not strong, then shut up and fight honestly. Otherwise, scram. Brother Long, if your Dragon Clan is afraid, you can take the initiative to admit defeat. Don't worry, my Kai family will not make things difficult for you. Kai Gang persuaded, seemingly with good intentions. Hearing this, the smile on Long Guang's face completely froze. He glanced at Yi Fei and was about to give the order. Suddenly, Long Jiao, who was beside him, dodged Yi Fei's evil palm with a red face and said, "Brother, I'll go up first and help you scout the way." After saying that, she jumped up the stage like a frightened rabbit. She was afraid that if Yi Fei touched her again, her body would go soft, and she would not have the strength to fight. Yi Fei was baffled. Seeing that Long Jiao from the Dragon Clan was the one who went up, Qin Yi, who was in the Qin family's team, sneered and suddenly rushed up the stage. Before the Kai family's people went up, the two women had already started cursing at each other. "Little bitch Long Jiao, what did you say to me on the airship just now? See if I don't tear your mouth apart today. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I've been annoyed by you since a long time ago." With just a few words, the two of them started fighting. The intensity of the battle made Yi Fei dumbstruck. The Qin families and Dragon Clan's cultivators were crazily cheering and cheering. This also angered the Kai family's cultivator who went up the stage. It was a black-robed cultivator. His body was like a ghost as he suddenly charged into the battle. At the same time, he sent out two palms at Long Jiao and Qin Yi. This person was actually like Kai Bao. He wanted to defeat Long Jiao and Qin Yi at the same time. The spectating cultivators were in an uproar. Seeing that ghost-like figure, Yi Fei suddenly felt uneasy. He could not help but shout, "Jiao, come back quickly!" Too late. Boom! The howling, baleful corpse Qi violently exploded and imprinted itself on the two women's bodies. Qin Yi was already screaming miserably as she was blasted out of the stage. Long Jiao was also blasted out of the stage. However, she was not blasted out of the stage. Instead, one of her dragon horns was pressed down by the black-robed cultivator's ghost-like figure. Just when everyone thought that Long Jiao's Achilles heel would be hit and she would die, suddenly, a terrifying demonic dragon aura burst out from Long Jiao's body. She turned into a demonic wind and avoided the ghost-like figure. Then, she quickly escaped from the stage. The ghost-like figure's eyes suddenly froze. Seeing this scene, the Qin family's patriarch's face became incomparably ugly. He suddenly shouted at Qin Shi, "Qin Shi, what's going on? You hit their Achilles heel twice in a row. Why are Long Xing and Long Jiao still alive?" Patriarch Qin Shi was also dumbfounded. During the time she spent with Long Xing, she was clearly infatuated with him. Long Xing had told her almost everything he knew. But now, she realized that all the Dragon Clan's weaknesses that she knew seemed to be all wrong. Thinking of this, Qin Shi's gaze towards Long Xing was suddenly filled with intense hatred and resentment. "Long Xing, you are ruthless. It turns out that all the things you said were all lies." She had spent so much time with Long Xing. In order to obtain information, she had almost given herself to him. At this moment, Qin Shi's gentle face was distorted with anger. Chapter 25:04. Why would I need a sword to slay you? Qin Shi's complexion turned even paler. The Qin family's family head was so angry that his face turned green. Sending Qin, she to seduce Long Xing, was the honey trap he was most proud of. In the end, not only did Long Xing not fall for it, he even used Qin, she to provide false information. To think that Long Xing's big mouth was actually an act. This person is really insidious. But Qin, she actually fell for it so easily. Looks like the gap between this girl and Ming is very huge. The Kai family's family head, Kai Gang, said to a youth in luxurious clothes with an aloof expression beside him. This youth was Kai Ming, the Kai family's strongest genius. Hearing Kai Gang mention Qin Shi, the aloof expression on Kai Ming's face did not change in the slightest. To Kai Ming, Qin, she was merely his plaything. The companion he was looking for was those figures on the divine continent's Earth Carnage proclamation, such as by Yan Ran, such as Zhao Yu. That was the goal he should pursue. Divine Devil City is still too small. Family head, after this Forbidden Land battle ends, I will personally enter the divine continent and challenge those Earth Carnage proclamation experts. I want to pull them down one by one. Kai Ming said proudly. Kai Gang also nodded in satisfaction and said, sure. You are already invincible in Divine Devil City. It's time to gain experience and obtain greater achievements. This family head is waiting for you to become the Kai family's first Rinzu. Now, Ming you go up and win this battle. Also let the demonic palace's divine lords see the glory of my Kai family's prodigy. Yes, Kai Ming bowed and directly stepped into the air, walking up the void platform step by step. For the third battle, the Kai family sent out their strongest genius, Kai Ming. When they saw Kai Ming appear, the Kai family's martial artists all let out a victory cheer. On the other hand, many of the martial artists from the Qin family and the Dragon tribe had ugly looks on their faces. Kai Ming was an invincible legend in the Divine Demon City. Now that Kai Ming had joined the battle, there was no suspense in this battle. The Kai family controlling the Divine Devil Forbidden Land was already set in stone. What was even more difficult for the Qin and Long families to accept was that if they were defeated, not only would they lose the Fiend God Forbidden Land, but they would also be forced to obey the Kai family for the next 10 years. What was the difference between that and being annexed? At this moment, the Qin clan's clan head was already regretting having Qin she use her beauty against the Dragon clan. Not only had she failed, but she had also become mortal enemies with the Dragon clan. In the face of danger, there was no possibility of them joining hands. Kai Ming, come and fight me. Who from the Qin and Long families dares to fight? Kai Ming's arrogant voice rang out from the void arena. This voice caused the Qin family elder's expression to turn ugly. Patriarch, what should we do? Please think of something. What else can we do? The clan lord said, looking at Long Guang with bloodshot eyes. The Kai clan has already won one round. We can't let Kai Ming win this round. Long Guang, if the Qin clan were to lower its head to you, would you be willing to set aside your grudges and join forces with me? Long Guang hesitated and looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei shook his head indifferently. He had only come for the earthly sovereign heavens. He couldn't be bothered to get involved in the Dragon clan's matters. Clan Lord Long, there's no need to hesitate. How about this? Your Qin clan and Dragon clan can come at me together. If I lose, I'll give up the Fiend God Forbidden Land. I don't have the time to waste on a bunch of trash. Kai Ming's arrogant voice rang out from the void arena once more, causing an uproar among the martial artists. Kai Ming actually wanted to fight the Dragon clan and the Qin clan alone, two great experts. At the same time, if Kai Ming lost, the entire Kai clan would lose. What was even stranger was that the Kai clan's clan head didn't refute this. This wasn't just Kai Ming's confidence, but the confidence of the entire Kai clan. The Kai clan is looking down on us, because no one from the Dragon clan or the Qin clan is a match for Kai Ming, even if they join forces. Many martial artists from smaller factions had complicated feelings. As for the Qin clan and Dragon clan martial artists, they all revealed looks of humiliation and anger. Yi Fei, what do you think? Long Guang didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Instead, he looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei didn't say anything. He just lifted his foot and walked towards the void arena. He had to go to the earthly sovereign heavens. This meant that he had to defeat this arrogant Kai Ming. Therefore, when he walked onto the void arena, he attracted the attention of many martial artists from the Kai clan. Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be a half-dragon. I know. He should be the foreign aide that the Dragon Clan invited. It's laughable. It said that when this person first entered the Fiend God City, he had a conflict with Qin Yi and Qin Jun of the Qin clan. Long Xing's weakness was exposed, but he refused to submit. As for this person, he hid at the side and humiliated him without saying a word. A martial artist from the Kai clan mocked. Clearly, they had investigated the matter between the Qin clan and the Dragon clan very carefully. Even an outsider like Yi Fei had investigated it thoroughly. Hearing this, a trace of contempt flashed through Kai Ming's arrogant expression. It seems that the Long clan really has no one else to send. They actually sent a nameless person like you. How disappointing. Now that the Long clan has confirmed their choice, who will the Qin clan send? I'll do it. Inside the Qin clan, a figure rushed onto the void arena. It was Qin Jun. At this moment, he was staring at Yi Fei with a mocking expression. Do you remember what I said? If you dare to enter the void arena, I can kill you in one move. You are not qualified to stand in this void arena. He is not qualified. Qin Jun, you are not qualified either. Both of you get lost. I don't want to fight against two trash who can't even join forces. Kai Ming was disappointed. He had thought that he could find some fun in the battle. In the end, it was difficult to even find a decent opponent. Sure enough, the Fiend God City was still too small. Kai Ming was as lonely as snow, but his voice was cold. In 3 breaths, all of you get lost. Trash like you are not qualified to appear in front of me. Trash. It had to be said that Kai Ming was not an ordinary arrogant person. Yi Fei could not remember how long it had been since someone had dared to call him trash. Kai Ming was obviously angry. It made him angry. Qin Jun, who had also been humiliated, had a distorted expression. Unfortunately, Kai Ming was too strong. He was so strong that Qin Jun did not even have the courage to get angry. He could only hold back his anger and vent his anger on Yi Fei. There is no need for 3 breaths. In 1 breath, I will kill you. Kill. Qin Jun moved. His body turned into countless phantoms and rushed towards Yi Fei. This was his will of mystique, phantom. It could transform into countless phantoms, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. At the same time, an intense purple saber light appeared in Qin Jun's phantoms, which directly tore the world apart. Moreover, the saber light used by the phantoms was different. In other words, Qin Jun consecutively released hundreds of different saber mystiques in a breath's time. Then, these mystiques fused together and attacked Yi Fei together. Not good. That is the Qin clan's strongest 1,000 illusion saber technique. Below the void arena, Long Jiao reminded loudly. She did not know why, but she was very worried about Yi Fei. Even though she knew that Yi Fei's combat strength was only more terrifying than Qin Jun's. Boom! Almost at the same time that Long Jiao reminded Yi Fei, the saber lights that filled the sky were suddenly shattered by destructive divine light. Yi Fei's figure also passed through the layers of saber lights and walked towards Qin Jun. Qin Jun immediately widened his eyes in shock. He wanted to use his saber, but he realized that his forehead had been instantly pierced by the terrifying, destructive divine light. In front of his shattered soul, Yi Fei's voice sounded. Chapter 2505. Bloodline Suppression. Qin Jun was unable to force Yi Fei to use his sword. His mountain of Tao was destroyed, and his divine soul was crushed by half a move. This scene deeply shocked everyone's hearts. The Qin family patriarch roared in grief. Killing was not prohibited in the battle of the Forbidden Area. Previously, it was Qin Jun who had said that he would kill Yi Fei in 1 move. However, the reality was that Yi Fei had killed Qin Jun in half a move. No matter how angry the Qin family patriarch was, he could only endure the heartache. Qin Yi, you were the one who said that this person was insignificant. However, he killed Qin Jun in half a move. Qin Ming's gaze could devour a person. With Qin Jun's defeat, The Qin family was eliminated in advance and lost the qualification to compete for the forbidden land of gods and demons. Qin Yi, who was berated, was also extremely pale. She could not believe that the cowardly martial artist who stood behind Long Xing outside the divine devil city, without saying a word, had such terrifying combat strength. Killing Qin Zhen in half a move? Kai Ming's closed eyes suddenly opened again. He stared at Yi Fei as if he had found a strong prey. His expression was filled with intense excitement and endless fighting spirit. I finally met a decent opponent in the divine devil city. I take back what I said just now. You're slightly stronger than that trash Qin Zhen, Kai Ming said proudly. Even if Yi Fei had killed Qin Zhen, in his eyes, Yi Fei was only a worthy opponent and not a strong opponent. Yi Fei could not help but laugh. He had seen many arrogant people, but it was the first time Yi Fei had met someone like Kai Ming who was arrogant to the point of looking down on everyone. Just based on your words, I will crush your arrogance. Dong. Yi Fei still did not draw his sword. His entire person was like an unsheathed sharp sword. The whistling sword chi spread out with his footsteps like ripples. The entire void platform seemed to be unable to withstand it and started to shake violently. Kai Ming's expression suddenly became a lot more serious. He could actually faintly feel an invisible pressure from Yi Fei's footsteps. In the past, he was the only one who could bring this kind of pressure to others. Now it was coming from him. How could someone as arrogant as Kai Ming tolerate this? Kill. Violent dark force suddenly exploded from Kai Ming's body like a war hammer. Then, Kai Ming actually held the war hammer and smashed it forward, causing the void to shatter and terrifying cracks to appear in the arena. This was the power of Kai Ming's bloodline, the Warhammer bloodline. He could condense a warhammer to attack and kill his opponent. At the same time, a terrifying will emerge from Kai Ming's body. That was the will of strength. Together with the tyrannical power of the warhammer, he could unleash the power of his bloodline to the maximum. Half a move, and you will die, Kai Ming said arrogantly. Just now, Yi Fei had only used half a move to kill Qin Zhen. It was shocking. Now, Kai Ming wanted to kill Yi Fei with only half a move? These words were like a raging fire. Many martial artists felt their blood boil. The martial artists of the Kai family cheered excitedly. It was as if they could already see Kai Ming's victory. The martial artists of the Dragon Tribe were all shocked. After all, the one who had attacked this time was Kai Ming, the strongest youth in the Divine Devil City. Although Yi Fei was strong, could he suppress Kai Ming's brilliance? Die, he must die. Qin Yi and Qin Shi's faces were distorted. They were both beautiful, but their faces were a little ferocious at this moment. Boom! Boom! The sword light was shocking. It did not come from the sword, but from under Yi Fei's feet. The undying sword soul was like a burning star. It shone brightly and appeared behind Yi Fei. The will of the blood battle was like the scorching sun. It emitted an intense light and heat. In the end, Yi Fei's sword light collided with Kai Ming's warhammer. The indestructible sword of destruction actually blocked Kai Ming's warhammer light that was sure to kill. You want to kill me with only half a move? You are not worthy of saying such words. Get lost. Boom! The whistling sword light turned into a destructive torrent. It flowed and slashed forward. Kai Ming's arrogant expression became extremely serious for the first time. There was also deep shame and anger. Just now, he had said that he would kill Yi Fei with half a move. Not only did he fail, but his magic was also firmly suppressed by Yi Fei. This was something Kai Ming had never experienced in the Divine Devil City. Today, I will kill you. Chaotic Hammer Cloak. Kai Ming roared. His bloodline suddenly burned completely, forming an even more terrifying shadow of a warhammer. He grasped it in his hand and wanted to hammer Yi Fei to death. You want to compete with me in terms of bloodline? Fine, I will fulfill your wish. I will defeat you with half a move. Yi Fei took a step forward. His body also burned with terrifying bloodline divine flames. Moreover, his divine flames were stronger and more intense than Kai Ming's. Kai Ming had a 9th grade Warhammer bloodline, while Yi Fei had a 10th grade Earthly Emperor bloodline. The difference in bloodline was the difference in combat strength. Kai Ming burned his bloodline and increased the power of his warhammer to the level of a Sir God's attack. However, Yi Fei's earthly emperor bloodline would only be more intense and stronger. In particular, Yi Fei had also mastered the demented battle technique. This battle technique could make him enter a demented state and increase his combat strength by several times. In other words, it was equivalent to the power of 2 Sir God's attacks. Boom! When the light of the deity Tribulation Blood sword tore through the void, the entire void arena could not withstand the terrifying sword power and was torn apart. Kai Ming's 9th grade warhammer also exploded. This is impossible. Kai Ming stood in the void and stared at the jade pendant on his chest. That was the corpse jade pendant that he had painstakingly refined in the fiend god Forbidden Land. Just now, it was this jade pendant that had blocked Yi Fei's final sword light attack. Otherwise, Kai Ming, will be a dead man now. Half a move is enough to defeat you. Yi Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not feel the joy of defeating Kai Ming. He had once clashed with the strongest geniuses of the Divine Prefecture on the Earth Carnage list. Compared to these geniuses, Kai Ming's arrogance was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Yi Fei found it funny. In this world, there are too many people who are stronger than us. If you're arrogant and conceited just because you've conquered a divine devil city, then you'll never know what a true expert is. Now, do you still want to compete? Yi Fei lifted his foot and stepped forward again. Although he was not interested in the family battle in Divine Devil City, since he had promised Long Guang, then he must win this battle on behalf of the Dragon Tribe. Facing Yi Fei's strength, Kai Ming wanted to fight. However, when he thought of the terrifying sword attack just now, he could not help but feel a deep fear in his heart. In the end, this fear mercilessly shattered his arrogance and conceit. "You won," Kai Ming said with difficulty. Between life and death, in the end, he wisely chose to admit defeat. After taking a deep look at Yi Fei, Kai Ming retreated with injuries and walked down from the void. At this moment, there was only one person standing on the broken arena. That person was Yi Fei. Chapter 2506. Demonic Palace makes a move Kai family and Qin family. Who would dare to fight? The surging sound waves turned into the sound of swords, shaking the hearts of the crowd. Kai family's cheers stopped abruptly. Qin Yi and Qin Shi's delicate faces were filled with terror. Kai Ming was the top youth expert in Divine Devil City. He had never been defeated since his rise. Therefore, Kai family had said that if Kai Ming entered Divine Prefecture, he would definitely take first place on the Earth Carnage list. This was Kai Ming's confidence, and also the confidence of the entire Kai family. Now, this confidence was ruthlessly shattered by someone. The surroundings were silent, and only the heavy breathing of the Kai family head could be heard. This doesn't count. This battle is an internal battle of Divine Devil City. Long family, you have already broken the rules by inviting outsiders to participate in this battle. Kai Gang, T. Why didn't I hear you say that you were breaking the rules when you threatened to order us around? Now that my Long clan has won, could it be that you can't afford to lose? Besides, we all know about Kai Ming's arrogant words. If he loses, then the Kai clan will lose. Are you going to break your promise in front of all the cultivators in the city? Long Guang was furious, letting out a deafening dragon roar. This sound was clearly heard by the crowd, causing many forces to exclaim in unison. Who would have thought that Kai Ming, who was favored the most, would lose? Yi Fei, who was least favored, had won the final victory. Demonic Palace, announce it. The winner of this Forbidden Land battle is my Long family. From now on, the Kai family and Qin family's people are to withdraw immediately. For the next 10 years, they are not allowed to take a single step into the Forbidden Land. Long Guang continued to press his advantage. The half-dragon people of the Dragon Clan were elated, letting out cheers of victory. Long Xing's loud voice was even louder than the sky. Kai Gang and Qin Ming's faces were incomparably ugly. They wanted to go back on their words, but there were too many spectators. If they acted shamelessly now, the reputation of the Qin and Kai families would be ruined. Withdraw. In the end, Qin family head Qin Ming took the lead and prepared to withdraw. The Qin family did not dare to renege in front of the entire city. However, it was impossible for Long Guang to order the Qin family around like this. Due to Yi Fei's strength, Qin Ming's heart was filled with a strong killing intent. The Qin family's martial artists had already begun to retreat subconsciously. Many factions in Godfiend City were also looking at the demonic palace's Sir God, waiting for him to announce the results of the battle. However, the divine lords of the demonic palace did not announce it. One of them even sneered and mocked Long Guang. The battle is not over yet. Long Guang, aren't you being too impatient? The Qin clan has already been eliminated. Kai Ming has also been defeated. The battle has already ended. This is something everyone has personally witnessed. Does the Sky Demon Hall really wish to distort the truth and become enemies with my dragon race? Long Guang unleashed his draconic might. The Sky Demon Hall was so biased, he could no longer endure it. Many forces in the Divine Demon City shook their heads as they felt that the Heavenly Demon Palace was being unfair. In response, the Divine Lords of the Heavenly Demon Palace smiled strangely. Wei Huang, come here. Let everyone see your true colors. In the Kai family's group, the black-robed man who had defeated Qin, Yi, and Long Jiaojiao suddenly walked in front of the Demonic Palace's group and took off his black robe in front of everyone, revealing his true appearance. This caused an uproar among the Kai family's martial practitioners. Wei Huang was actually not a martial practitioner from the Kai family, but a demon from the Demonic Palace. The divine lords of the Demonic Palace also smirked coldly. Everyone, you have seen it. Although the Kai family has been defeated, the Demonic Palace has not been defeated yet. Apart from the Kai family, the Demonic Palace will also participate in the Battle of the Forbidden Grounds. These words caused an uproar among the martial practitioners in the Divine Demon City. Originally, the Demonic Palace was only an external force and could not directly participate in the Battle of the Forbidden Lands. They could only observe as a referee. However, this time, the Kai family had joined forces with the Demonic Palace to put on a show, allowing the Demonic Palace to be qualified to participate in the Battle of the Forbidden Lands. Long Guang was completely enraged. Kai family, how dare you break the rules of the Divine Demon City? Humph, rules are dead, but humans are alive. Moreover, the Demonic Palace is not participating in the Battle of the Demonic Palace, but the demon ancestor from the main palace. He personally ordered us to participate in the Battle of the Forbidden Lands. Long Guang, do you dare to be enemies with the Demonic Palace main palace? The divine lords of the Demonic Palace sneered. These words caused another uproar in the Divine Demon City. Renzu had also set his eyes on the forbidden lands of the divine demons. This time, it was the main palace. The Divine Demon City and the Demonic Palace main palace were not on the same level. No wonder the Kai family is so confident in the Battle of the Forbidden Lands. It turns out that they have sucked up to Renzu from the Demonic Palace main palace. The Qin family head was shocked and jealous. He felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Since the Qin family had been eliminated, the Dragon Tribe, who had originally won, seemed to have become the biggest loser. The Kai family head looked at Long Guang with a mocking expression. Long Guang, now you understand that the one who wants to change the rules is not the Kai family, but the Demonic Palace main palace. You can fight the Kai family, but do you dare to fight the Demonic Palace main palace? Kai Gang's words were vicious. Although the Dragon Tribe was strong, they did not have Renzu. They could fight against the Demonic Branch Palace, but fighting against the main palace, which had Renzu in it, was like throwing an egg against a rock. They were digging their own grave. However, Long Guang was extremely unwilling to give up and admit defeat. Just as he was in a dilemma, Yi Fei's cold voice suddenly sounded from the arena. Demonic Palace, get up here and fight. Boom! Boundless sword light covered the sky. Yi Fei stood in the middle of the sword light and stared coldly at the black-robed man. You were the one who injured Long Jiaojiao just now. You can either apologize or come up here and fight. How dare you? You are just a lowly human. Wei Huang's expression was unsightly. The demonic person's nature was cruel and ruthless. Yi Fei's provocation had thoroughly infuriated him. He had only seen Yi Fei defeat Kai Ming in half a move. At this moment, Wei Huang was so angry that his face was ashen. He did not dare to step onto the shattered arena. The divine lords of the demonic palace were also shocked. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Kai Ming is talented, but unfortunately, he is a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, I will show you how invincible a true Dao Lord of the demonic palace is. Young master, please. The divine lords of the demonic palace suddenly let out a strange demonic sound. Clearly, the true winner of this battle was not the Kai family or the Long family, but the demonic palace. A howl came from within the forbidden land of gods and demons. It was a violent man shrouded in corpse aura. He was holding 2 corpse demons in his hands. When Kai Ming saw the 2 corpse demons, his eyes suddenly flashed with intense shock. It's actually the 2 strongest corpse demon kings. Even divine lords were killed by them several times, but they managed to escape. Now, they actually died at the hands of the celestial demon young master. The Kai family warriors exclaimed. Long Xing snorted loudly. Humph, there are more young masters of the demons than dogs. However, no matter how strong this person is, he is no match for the young master. The young master will win. Boom! Chapter 25:07. The change of man and Godman Shun used to be the earth venerable of the man-god palace, and one of the 3 great commanders of the human race. Together with the human emperors and heavenly gods, he resisted the sorcerers and the suppression of Dark Lord. Later, with Xiao Chao's help, Man-Shun and heavenly gods broke through the barrier of the heaven realm and entered the heaven realm. Among them, heavenly gods were in dire straits and became the coachmen of the Nalan family. Man-Shun's situation seemed to be much better than heavenly gods. He actually became the young master of the celestial demon clan. Compared to the earth realm, Man-Shun, who entered the heaven realm, had a violent divine body that was even more terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that for some reason, Man-Shun's body was also modified and he became a demon. His personality had also become violent. However, hearing Long Xing's careless taunt, the man deity's violent eyes were already emitting divine light, as if wanting to pierce through Long Xing's body. Long Xing turned pale with fright and was about to activate the Demon Emperor's scripture to resist. In the arena, Yi Fei's expression changed. He said in a low voice, Second Brother Man-Shun, how have you been? Long Xing is my friend. If he has offended you, please forgive him. In the air, Yi Fei cupped his hands slightly. Man-Shun, who was about to pounce on Long Xing, trembled and suddenly stared at Yi Fei like a hungry wolf. You're Yi Fei. You're still alive. Third brother. Man-Shun was inexplicably excited. He suddenly rushed to the arena and hugged Yi Fei excitedly. The patriarch of the Kai family's expression changed. This young master of the celestial demon clan was friends with Yi Fei. Then wouldn't the cooperation between the Kai family and the celestial demon palace be changed? Kai Gang immediately looked at the divine lords of the celestial demon palace worriedly. However, he saw that they were all looking at the arena with cold smiles, as if they were looking forward to something fun. Yi Fei quickly sensed that the man deity's berserk aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, it was rapidly increasing. At the same time, the man deity's berserk divine body began to burn. Like a mad god, he viciously swung his palms at Yi Fei's back. If these palms hit, even a powerful Dao Lord would be severely injured and captured alive. No, you aren't a man god. Your aura hasn't changed, but your soul has. However, the moment he was ambushed, a hint of sadness flashed across Yi Fei's face. His golden body of the ancient god was activated, and his body suddenly became as indestructible as an ancient god's. Not only did the deity's palm strike fail to injure Yi Fei, it even caused his arm to be lifted up into the air by an enraged iron palm. Speak. Who are you? What did you do to Rin Shun? Hee, who am I? I am the celestial demon, young master. As for the man god you speak of, he's already dead. It's just that I've taken over his body. Now I'm a new man god. Divine body, go berserk. Boom! As the man god roared, Yi Fei was momentarily dazed. His palms were actually shaken off by the man god. At the same time, a terrifying demonic light slammed down on Yi Fei's body repeatedly, shattering the stars and shattering the starry sky. However, Yi Fei didn't seem to feel anything. His mind was still filled with the scenes of the battle of wits and courage with a man god in the earth domain. That kind of human tribe leader, that kind of human tribe earthly venerate, didn't die in the earth domain, but in the heaven domain? Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, he was more worried about the sky god and the man god. Their circumstances were so miserable after entering the heaven domain. In that case, what kind of fate would the former demon emperor and Shanglua encounter after entering the heaven domain? There was also Wang Bai, who rode a donkey but shared a body with the man god. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. In an instant, Yi Fei was so distracted that he almost forgot that the man god was still crazily attacking his vital points. However, the defense of the ancient god golden body was really too terrifying. No matter how the man god attacked, even after activating the berserk divine body, he still couldn't break through Yi Fei's defense. This is impossible. Who exactly are you? In his memories, you weren't that strong. The man god suddenly let out a sharp demonic roar. When he heard this, Yi Fei's soul felt a piercing pain. At the same time, he finally came to his senses. His body had been attacked at least 100 times, and the glow of the ancient god golden body had dimmed significantly. However, when he thought about the man god's fate, Yi Fei's heart was still filled with rage. Who am I? I'm your father. Screw you, bastard. Even if you've taken over the man god's body, I'll still grab your soul and smash it to smithereens. Boom! Even more intense purple gold flames burned on Yi Fei's body. He punched out furiously. Under the stimulation of the berserk demon battle technique, Yi Fei could only be crazier than the man god in front of him. The ancient god's fist smashed out, and the world was smashed to smithereens by this furious punch. The man god in front of him couldn't withstand the divine power contained in the ancient god golden body. He spat out blood and screamed as he fled into the distance. Kill! However, Yi Fei wasn't willing to let the celestial fiend young master off. A loud sword hum came from his mouth. The light of the deity Tribulation Blood Sword was like a blood-red waterfall, shattering the void and shattering the man-god's soul. This scene deeply shocked the hearts of everyone in God-Fiend City. The two patriarchs, Kai Gang and Qin Ming, had their mouths agape. What had they just seen? The celestial fiend young master was able to kill the corpse demon king, so his combat strength was even more explosive than Kai Ming's. However, even after attacking with his full strength over 100 times, he still couldn't break through Yi Fei's protective golden body. What was even more terrifying was that the moment Yi Fei woke up, he had already completely suppressed the celestial fiend young master and was about to kill him mercilessly. This combat strength was no longer at the level of a Tao Lord, but at the level of a divine Lord. Faced with Yi Fei's crazed, murderous gaze, the celestial fiend young master who had taken over the man-god's body finally let out a terrified roar. Elder, kill him! Celestial fiend disintegration, fulgurating shadows. With a swoosh, the man-god's terrified face disappeared from his sight and strangely appeared in the distant celestial fiend palace team. At the same time, a divine lord elder of celestial fiend palace instantly appeared in front of Yi Fei. With a furious roar, a terrifying demonic fist that contained the terrifying profound strength of a divine lord ruthlessly shattered the light of the deity Tribulation Blood Sword and smashed towards Yi Fei's body. Under the powerful attack of a divine lord, the ancient god's golden body shattered. At this moment, a soul cauldron was smashed out by Yi Fei in a rage, causing the divine lord's head to explode and his divine soul to perish. You are not worthy to kill me. I said that I would take his life, so I will definitely do it. Divine Ghost Cauldron, kill him for me. Yi Fei went completely berserk. He no longer suppressed his strength, and instead charged towards the many divine lords of Celestial Fiend Palace in his strongest state. This scene caused Kai Ming's eyes to flash with incomparable horror. Even someone as arrogant as him didn't dare to do something as crazy as Yi Fei. Chapter 25:08. Hot blood still burning, this was also the negligence of the Qin and Kai families. Even though they had received news from the Divine Lands, and even knew the specific name list of the Earth Carnage Roll, due to the suppression of the Crimson Moon God dynasty, they only knew of Yi Fei's name, but did not obtain a specific portrait of Yi Fei. In addition to Long Xing's incessant bragging, even the Qin and Kai families, including the Demonic Palace, had faintly treated Yi Fei as the illegitimate son of the Dragon Clan's patriarch. From there, they concluded that Yi Fei was Long Fei and that it was an unintentional coincidence that he had the same name as the first person on the Earth Carnage Roll. It was only when Yi Fei took out that iconic ghost deity cauldron and instantly smashed a divine lord to death that everyone was shocked to discover that this Yi Fei was actually that Yi Fei. Kai Ming's eyes widened in shock. What? He is Yi Fei, that demon lord Yi who is first on the Earth Carnage Roll. No wonder he is so strong. No wonder he defeated me in half a move. It is not that I am too weak, but that he is too strong. Yi Fei, that young demon king who is comparable to the wind and clouds. He actually escaped from the Divine Lands under the pursuit of the ancient emperor and even came to the divine Devil City. The Demonic Palace's martial artists were extremely shocked. Long Xing's mouth was agape. He did not expect that Yi Fei would actually become friends with the first person on the Earth Carnage Roll. Long Jiaojiao was also dumbstruck. She did not dare to believe everything that was happening before her eyes. Qin family, Kai family, what are you waiting for? Kill him. He is a wanted criminal of the Crimson Moon God dynasty. Capture him, and you will obtain the God dynasty's treasure. In the void, all the Demonic Palace's divine lords rushed up and quickly surrounded Yi Fei. The death of a divine lord did not scare them. The deity's eyes flickered with a strange cold light after learning of Yi Fei's identity. Capture him alive. I can feel that his bloodline is even stronger than this deity's. If I can take over his body, I will definitely become the new first on the Earth Carnage Roll. Boom! The head of the Kai family was immediately tempted. Although Yi Fei's ghost deity cauldron was strong, it could not smash all the divine lords to death. On the contrary, if they could capture Yi Fei and interrogate him about the ancient god's opportunity, the Kai family might be able to give birth to the real Renzu. Qin family, follow me. The Qin family's patriarch followed closely behind. His goal was not Yi Fei's ancient god opportunity, but the terrifying ghost god cauldron. This cauldron could easily kill a divine lord, but its surface was damaged. If he could obtain this cauldron and find a way to repair it, would this cauldron be able to easily kill the human ancestor? The deity's family. The god deity Sky, Yi Sky. Yi god of the deity Lord Yi. In the shattered void, Yi Fei's expression was ice cold. He entered the ghost gate and stepped on the divine cauldron. His ancient god strength was as vast as the mountains and rivers, shaking the surroundings. However, there were too many divine lords attacking him. He could no longer bypass the layers of divine lords to destroy the celestial demon, young master's soul. However, Yi Fei did not regret exposing himself. There were things a man should do and things he should not do. Deity's death saddened Yi Fei, but also infuriated Yi Fei. He needed to vent his anger. He also needed to seek justice for his old friend. Fight! Yi Fei's eyes turned demonic. A strong blood-red sword light slashed out of the ghost deity gate, severely injuring another early-stage divine lord. Then, a pair of azure dragon wings appeared on Yi Fei's back. With just a flap of the wings, Yi Fei disappeared from the deity Sky's arena, leaving behind afterimages. He then charged into the god fiend Forbidden Land. Kill. Don't let Yi Mo escape. It's our duty to exterminate evil. The divine lords of the Kai family and Qin family roared at the same time. It was as if their actions represented justice. Roar. However, it was at this moment that the roar of a dragon could be heard. Long Guang, Long Xing, and all of the other draconians were roaring. Yifei, get out of here. The dragon tribe will cover your retreat. Senior Long Guang, why do you have to do this? If you interfere now, you will only end up like me, surrounded by enemies. Yifei turned back. He could not bear to see this happen. He deliberately did not get too close to the dragon race because he did not want such a scene to happen. Long Guang's laughter came from afar. So what if the entire world is your enemy? You're not only the person chosen by the previous patriarch, but also the benefactor of the dragon race. We may be weak, but our hot-bloodedness still burns. From today onwards, the dragon race will follow your lead. Roar. Amidst the deafening roar of a dragon, Long Guang's body suddenly expanded. From a human, he had transformed into an ancient demonic dragon. Although he was not the human progenitor, his battle prowess was close to the human progenitors. This was the power of the Demon Emperor Sutra. If not for the short period of cultivation, Long Guang could very well have broken through Rinzhu and become the first Rinzhu expert in God Fiend City. Thinking of this, Yifei suddenly had an idea. He no longer fled. Instead, he flapped his wings and suddenly appeared beside Long Guang. Senior Long Guang, since your hot-bloodedness is still burning, do you dare to use this cauldron to slay the enemies? Catch the cauldron. The void howled. Yifei suddenly gritted his teeth and threw the Spectre Divine cauldron in front of Long Guang. Long Guang did not hesitate. Immediately, a strong ancient Fey aura erupted from his body. Yifei, stand on my head. Whoosh! Yifei retracted his azure dragon wings and landed firmly on Long Guang's transformed dragon head. His hands gripped tightly onto a pair of demonic dragon horns. At this moment, the divine lords besieging Yifei also subconsciously blasted their mystiques over. In the void, a loud ancient Fey dragon roar reverberated. Long Guang directly grabbed the Spectre Divine cauldron and smashed it forward. The impact caused the heavens and earth to explode. It also shattered countless divine powers, turning them into scattered streams of light. Then, a demonic dragon rushed out from the scattered light. Its huge dragon claws grabbed the mountain-like cauldron of ghosts and deities and swept it forward violently. The few Sir gods who were closest to it had their physical bodies destroyed and their spiritual souls exploded. Long Guang's strike and the power of the Spectre Divine Cauldron were even more terrifying than when Yifei used it. This was the advantage of one's cultivation realm. Long Guang was a late-stage Divine Lord expert. Now that he had cultivated the Demon Emperor Sutra and had the Spectre Divine Cauldron, he instantly became invincible among his peers. A few Divine Lords from Demonic Palace clashed with the Spectre Divine Cauldron unwillingly. Their bodies exploded, and only their divine souls remained. They fled into the distance in fear. With the Spectre Divine Cauldron, Long Guang is actually so terrifying. Also, what kind of divine power did he use? It actually has such a demonic aura. It's like an ancient Fey dragon. Undefeatable? The Qin family patriarch's face was pale. The Kai family had submitted to Demonic Palace, and Long Guang was on good terms with the first person on the Earth Carnage roll. He increasingly felt the decline of the Qin family. Qin family retreat. As the patriarch, Qin Ming finally made up his mind. He couldn't let all the divine lords and his family die here. The Kai family's Kai gang also gave the order to retreat. In front of the Demon Emperor Sutra and Spectre Divine Cauldron, ordinary divine lords were no match for Long Guang. It was even more impossible for them to defeat Long Guang and capture Yifei. In order to preserve their strength, not only the warriors of the Kai family and Qin family, even the celestial demon young master, who desired to capture Yifei, let out an indignant roar and gave the order to retreat. Chapter 2509. Followed to death, the demonic palace members came and went without a trace. They were like a series of demonic shadows that rushed out of the god-fiend forbidden grounds and disappeared into the night. Similarly, the Qin and Kai family warriors also fled. They ran all over the mountains, especially the divine lords. They fled the fastest, afraid that they would be targeted and die tragically under the ghost deity cauldron. Long Guang's carefree laughter came from the void after he was bathed in blood. This is great. After holding back for so long, I, a demi-dragon, can finally hold my head high. Senior Long Guang, it's too early to be happy. If the demonic palace isn't eliminated, we won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Chase after them and continue killing. I'll lead the way for you. Yi Fei ordered in a deep voice. Although the demonic palace's escape techniques were strange, they could not escape the detection of Xiao Chao's heaven-earth divine eyes. Yi Fei did this to test the dragon race. He wanted to know if they would listen to his orders, as Long Guang had said. Then, he would decide whether to proceed with the next step of the plan. Long Guang did not hesitate when he heard the order. His massive Fei dragon body suddenly rushed to the location Yi Fei pointed out. Although there was nothing there, Long Guang still used all his strength to smash into the void when he heard Yi Fei's order. A shrill scream came from the void. It was a divine lord of the demonic palace who had turned into a demonic shadow and hid in the void. The divine lord would never have imagined that his concealment would be seen through by Yi Fei at a glance. Yi Fei even ordered Long Guang to kill him mercilessly. In the following period of time, Yi Fei constantly spoke and pointed out the locations of the divine lords from the celestial fiend hall that were hiding. Long Guang pursued and killed 7 divine lords of the demonic palace. They were all the high-end forces of the demonic palace's branch palaces in God-Fiend City. At this moment, they were all wiped out. However, Yi Fei found it a pity that the demonic palace young master who had taken over the mortal god's body ran too quickly. Xiao Chao's heaven-earth divine eyes did not find any trace of the demonic palace young master. Yi Fei, the celestial demon young master. Not only does he specialize in possessing other people's bodies, he also seems to have learned the celestial demon hall's ultimate technique, the faceless celestial demon. When he flees, he is invisible and formless. Unless one can kill him instantly, it would be very difficult to catch up to him. After continuing to chase for a while, he still could not find any trace of the celestial demon young master. Yi Fei had to admit that the celestial fiend young master who had possessed the body of a human god was stronger and more cunning than the celestial fiend young master who had gone to the dragon clan to propose marriage. However, the Sky Fiend Branch Hall had all divine lords wiped out. The Sky Fiend Hall will definitely not take this lying down. Senior Long Guang, I've really implicated you this time. Yi Fei said apologetically. Don't say such things. Without the Demon Emperor scripture that you brought back, there wouldn't be the current Dragon Clan. Moreover, the previous clan leader had already led our Dragon Clan to submit to the Nine Heaven Swordmaster. Since he has asked you to return, it means that he has the intention of letting our Dragon Clan follow you. Therefore, you don't have to say whether you have implicated us or not. Don't call me senior in the future. You are the successor of the Nine Heaven Swordmaster and the master of the Half-Dragon Clan. If you don't mind, you could just call me Uncle Long. Long Guang returned to his human form and suddenly knelt down on one knee. He raised the ghost deity cauldron with both hands and returned it to Yi Fei. Yi Fei was shocked. He only realized now that the slovenly Taoist had sent him to the divine devil city not only to explore the earthly emperor's heavens, but also to entrust the entire Half-Dragon Clan to him. After all, it was impossible for him to save the Nine Heaven Swordmaster and revive the Sword Palace by himself. This Half-Dragon Clan was undoubtedly the strongest force that the slovenly Taoist had given to Yi Fei. Understanding this point, Yi Fei did not refuse. He very calmly accepted Long Guang's loyalty and then hurriedly helped Long Guang up. He said, Uncle Long, I can accept you to follow me, but you must follow me secretly. After all, I have many enemies. If you follow me openly, it will be detrimental to the Dragon Clan. Haha, Yi Fei, don't worry. Regardless of whether it is publicized or not, The Dragon Clan will follow you to death this time. If you want to fight, the Half-Dragon Clan will fight with you. Remember, although we are weak, we are still courageous." Long Guang patted Yi Fei's shoulder heavily. A fierce fire and fighting spirit burned fiercely in Yi Fei's heart like a torch. He was courageous. Since the whole world was his enemy, what did he have to fear? From afar, Long Xing's thunderous voice could be heard. "Patriarch, young Patriarch, the demonic palace and the dregs have all been killed by us. However, many of the Kai family and Qin family have escaped." Hearing this, Long Guang laughed and shook his head. Now that the Dragon Clan has risen, the Qin and Kai families are no longer a threat. As for the demonic palace, they will definitely not be willing to accept the destruction of their subhalls. It is also very likely that the demonic palace will send Renzu to take revenge on us. Yi Fei remained calm and asked, "Uncle Long, how do you plan to deal with it?" "It's very simple. Move the clan and enter the forbidden land of the gods and demons first. Strive to enter the earthly sovereign heavens. That heavens opens once every 10 years. 10 years is enough for the Dragon Clan to master the Demon Emperor scripture and break through to the position of Renzu." Long Guang was very decisive. Realizing that the situation was not right, he immediately ordered people to inform the Dragon Clan that they were abandoning the demonic god city and planning to move the entire clan to the earthly sovereign heavens. Without a doubt, this was a very wise decision. The other elders of the Dragon Clan did not object, and soon they began to build a teleportation platform. This platform was originally prepared for the Dragon Clan to quickly send people to occupy the forbidden land of the gods and demons after winning the battle of the Forbidden Land. Now, it had become the best bridge for the Dragon Clan to migrate. Every now and then, Yi Fei saw a large number of old, weak women and children of the Dragon Clan quickly enter the forbidden land of the gods and demons under the protection of many powerful flood dragons. But soon, the angry roar of an elder came from the forbidden land of the gods and demons. "Clan leader, young clan leader, the 3,000 killing formations that the Kai family set up outside the earthly sovereign pass are still operating. We can't break it in a short time." Hearing this bad news, the expressions of many half-dragon people changed. Long Xing even punched the ground and cursed, "The Kai family is shameless. No wonder they retreated so quickly. It turns out that they left behind a killing formation to prevent us from entering the earthly sovereign heavens. Clan leader, what should we do? It will take at least 10 days to break these formations, and the earthly sovereign heavens will only open today and tomorrow." Many members of the Dragon Clan were enraged. Obviously, the Kai family had done this on purpose. Their goal was to prevent the winning clan from entering the earthly sovereign heavens. This way, even if the Kai family lost the battle of the Forbidden Land, they would not suffer any losses. "Clan leader, young clan leader, since you are so strong, why don't you lead us directly to the Kai family and force them a hand over the method to break the formation?" Long Xing suggested viciously. Long Guang shook his head. "It's too late. Kai Gang is an old fox. Since he did such a thing, he definitely won't wait at the Kai family and let us attack. Yi Fei, why don't we give up on the Divine Devil City and leave now?" Long Guang sighed. He was at his wit's end now. Yi Fei smiled slightly. "It's just 3,000 killing formations. Uncle Long, bring your clansmen and follow me. I will lead you in." Chapter 25:10. Conquering the Nine Heavens, slaying gods and demons. The Kai family's 3,000 killing arrays were broken just like that. As they walked past the killing arrays outside, many people from the Dragon Tribe couldn't help but feel shocked. The 3,000 killing arrays outside the Earth Emperor Pass were the Kai family's strongest arrays. It was also the foundation of the Kai family. Even if Renzu wanted to attack the Kai family, it would be very difficult to break through the thousands of linked arrays. This was also the reason why the Kai family could become the #1 family in the Divine Devil City. But now, these killing arrays were useless in front of Yi Fei. This made the gazes that many members of the dragon race looked at Yi Fei with already changed from idolization to reverence. Number 1 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation and even an array Grandmaster. These two halos, no matter which one, they were all so dazzling. Only Long Jiao had a complicated look in her eyes. She was a smart girl and naturally understood that Yi Fei might not be her elder brother, but she had misunderstood. But during this period, she had always treated Yi Fei as her elder brother and had even allowed Yi Fei to touch the place she cared about the most. Just thinking about it made Long Jiao blush and bury her head in front of her body, unable to raise her head like an ostrich. Of course, as the culprit of this matter, the blabbermouth Long Xing was naturally beaten up by Long Jiao on the spot. Now, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was in great pain. But no one cared about such a small matter. Faced with the strong pressure from the heavenly demon Great Hall, all the demi-dragon people had a heavy heart. For the dragon tribe, finding a safe place was the most important thing. This required someone to open the Earth Emperor's heavens as soon as possible. Yi Fei took a deep breath. Yi Fei didn't hide the indestructible sword token on him. His spirit walked out of the sky palace and suddenly pointed the sword token at the endless void. The sword's spirit wailed again. Immediately, the entire void seemed to be filled with a huge wail of sorrow. The earthly emperor's all heavens, which were supposed to open after one more day, suddenly seemed to have sensed something and started to descend slowly. Heaven and earth started to tremble, and the entire earthly emperor pass seemed to be on the verge of collapse as the all heavens descended. Heavens, not only was the dragon tribe not hindered by the killing array, that Yi Fei even opened the earthly sovereign heavens himself. Countless divine senses gathered in the forbidden land of gods and devils. These were all forces of gods and devil city. They paid close attention to the forbidden land of fiend gods, and there were many spies from the Qin and Kai clans hiding among them. It didn't take long for them to relay the news to the hidden Kai clan and Qin clan. As Long Guang had expected, the Qin family and the Kai family did not stay in the divine devil city to wait for the dragon tribe to attack. Instead, they joined forces and gathered all the elites of the two families to hide outside the divine devil forbidden land. However, the two families did not have Renzu or treasures that could counter the demon emperor's scripture and the ghost deity cauldron. They could only wait for Renzu from the heavenly demon great palace to arrive, and for the dragon tribe to be badly battered by the 3,000 killing arrays outside the earthly emperor pass. However, reality slapped the Qin family and the Kai family hard in the face. Kai Gang was so angry that his face turned ashen. He punched out and shattered the void. Bastard, the 3,000 killing arrays are the treasures of the Kai family. How could Yi Fei walk through them unscathed? Could it be that Yi Fei was the one who triggered the all heavens of the Forbidden Land? Kai Ming suddenly remembered that not long ago, the all heavens of the Forbidden Land had also acted strangely. At that time, the divine emperors of the Kai family had been puzzled. Now that they thought about it, perhaps Yi Fei had already passed through the killing arrays and was hiding inside. Kai Ming and the divine sovereign of the Kai family, who had stayed behind to guard the Earth Emperor Pass, looked regretful and vexed. If they had been more careful back then, they would have checked the 3,000 killing arrays outside the pass. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Therefore, Kai Ming and the divine emperors of the Kai family could only watch with red eyes as the all heavens slowly descended inside the earthly emperor pass. The wails of the indestructible sword token became louder. Boom! Suddenly, the indestructible sword token turned into a beam of destructive divine light. This divine light tore the all heavens apart and revealed the true face of the all heavens. Inside the all heavens was a terrifying battlefield of slaughter. Countless white bones lay on the ground. These white bones belonged to the Lord of Heaven, Tao Lords, divine emperors, and Renzu. There is also a vast and sorrowful aura of an ancient emperor emanating from within. However, the most eye-catching thing was a huge war flag among the white bones. The flag was tattered, and a majestic emperor could be faintly seen on it. Could this be the army of the earthly emperor? After the death of the earthly emperor, they all died in battle here. Yi Fei rushed toward the all heavens of the earthly emperor with curiosity. Long Guang and all the members of the dragon tribe followed closely behind. Boom! As soon as they entered, a vast wave of corpse chi rushed toward them from afar. It seemed to want to turn all living beings into white bones and corpse demons on the ground. Long Guang was prepared and immediately shouted, "Everyone, hold your breath. Don't let the corpse chi enter your body. All Dao Lords, follow me to set up the array and get rid of the corpse chi. No need. These corpse chi can't stop us. Indestructible sword token absorb. Rumble." Yi Fei activated his dark force. At this moment, he no longer had any scruples and fully activated the indestructible sword token. The sword token immediately became as large as a mountain, and like a black hole, it crazily absorbed all the corpse chi in the all heavens of the earthly emperor. These corpse chi seemed to have found an outlet. Some turned into chi dragons, some turned into divine mist, some turned into demonic beasts, and some emitted divine light. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared from these corpse chi. Before Yi Fei's eyes, the white bones that filled the sky disappeared. Billowing dust spread from the ground to the sky. Upon closer look, it was actually two armies fighting fiercely in the all heavens. On one side was the battle flag of the earthly emperor, and on the other side was the crimson moon imperial flag of the divine dynasty. Around the two battle flags were a large number of divine lords. Rinzhu, they all looked indifferent as they watched the bloody battle. In this bloody battle, the earthly emperor's army won every battle. They were not afraid of death and were even crazy because they had nowhere to go. Behind them was the only remaining earthly emperor's all heavens. Behind them were their last wives and children. Kill for the earthly emperor. Countless young divine lords roared fanatically in the battle formation. However, a vigorous and angry voice came from the sky. "No, this battle is not for me, but for our loved ones. For the 10 lands, we will no longer be bullied by the 9 heavens. Soldiers, follow me to conquer the 9 heavens and slay the gods and demons." Boom! Yi Fei could not see the true face of the earthly emperor under the strong, ancient emperor's aura. He could only vaguely see a ray of blood sword light that tore the all heavens and the surging army of the divine dynasty. However, within the army, the Rinzhu of the divine dynasty was emotionless and indifferent. They did not care about the casualties of their subordinates. They only raised their heads and looked at the sky. Chapter 25:11. The ancient hero's path of no return, the huge imperial edict, was pulled apart by the two ancient emperors. Shockingly, the arm of an ancient god could be seen protruding out of the imperial edict. It was as if someone had come from another world to kill the earthly emperor. Seeing this, the hazy figure was not afraid. Instead, he let out a loud roar. "So what if you're an ancient god? We came from the grasslands, and we will go for the grasslands. We are people of the 10 earths. We only know of the heaven and earth, not the gods and demons. If the gods bully us, we will kill the gods. If the demons humiliate us, we will slaughter the demons. What bullshit, ancient god's heavenly might? You should know that a human's life is more important than the heaven's will." Boom! The intense light of the blood sword tore apart the heaven and earth and destroyed the ancient god's arm that came out of the imperial edict. Yi Fei could clearly hear the ancient god's roar in the void. On the ground, many of the earthly emperor's soldiers who were still fighting a bloody battle exploded, and their divine souls were destroyed. Yi Fei's heart also suffered a huge blow, because when the earthly emperor destroyed the imperial edict and attacked the heavens with his sword, the void of the earthly emperor's all heavens suddenly cracked open. A mighty ancient god's might began to descend from the void. An ancient god actually came personally to kill the earthly emperor. Moreover, this ancient god was obviously more powerful and terrifying than the ancient god in the imperial edict. This was a real ancient god. The terrifying ancient god's heavenly might crushed the all heavens, causing terrifying cracks to appear. The earthly emperor's sword light also became more resplendent at this moment. Vaguely, Yi Fei felt a faint smile from the earthly emperor's hazy figure. The imperishable sword token in his hand suddenly emitted a strong sense of sadness, as if it was mourning the passing of the earthly emperor. It was also mourning the earthly emperor's heroic deeds. With his own strength, he conquered the 9 heavens and fought against an ancient god alone. This boldness caused Yi Fei's emotions to be stirred and set ablaze. Then, he saw 2 resplendent figures like a river of stars. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have frozen. Only the sword light of the earthly emperor and the divine light of the ancient god were colliding and killing each other. The ancient god's divine light was suddenly shattered by the scarlet sword light. That was the light of the god Tribulation Blood Sword, which Baizhan Yuxing and the earthly sovereign had used to lead the human race through all obstacles. This was a sword that existed for the sole purpose of slaying ancient gods. This kind of sword light tore apart the divine light of the ancient god and pierced into the sacred body of the ancient god. The army of the Red Moon divine dynasty suddenly went into an uproar. No one expected that the seemingly invincible ancient god would be injured by the earthly sovereign's sword. Gods are nothing more than powerful people who have cultivated. What makes you think you can order us around? What do you have to think that you're so high and mighty and treat us like ants? Today, I, the earthly sovereign, will annihilate the 9 heavens and exterminate you ancient gods who abuse your power. The earthly sovereign's sword light was even stronger. It was no longer the light of the ancient god, but a sword light condensed from heaven and earth. The sword light suddenly condensed into a strange golden black divine sword. This was the light of the immortal sword token. Immortal and indestructible, it represented eternal destruction. Facing this attack, even the ancient god's face was filled with shock and fear. Since ancient times, the path to becoming a god has been cut off in the 10 earths. You can actually continue your path and comprehend the immortal god law. Earthly sovereign, you must die. By the order of the heavenly emperor, I'll kill you in the 10 earths. I'll destroy the root of your race. From now on, there will be no more empyrean exalts in the 10 earths. This ancient god no longer fought with the earthly sovereign. Instead, he retreated in an extremely sorry state. At the same time, a strange seal appeared in the ancient god's hand, and he threw it at the earthly sovereign. The earthly sovereign's hazy figure suddenly let out a sad roar. Heavenly Emperor, you can kill me, but you can't kill my will. It's not the heavens that abandoned me. It's me that abandoned the heavens. There will be someone who will come later with this sword to conquer the heavens. Rumble. The earthly sovereign's sword collided with the heavenly emperor's divine seal. The divine seal shattered from the middle, and the earthly sovereign's figure madly coughed up blood. His light dimmed, and he fell from the void to the ground. Kneel. The heavenly emperor wants you to kneel and die. He wants you to personally see how the ants that follow you die under the might of the heavens. In the void, the ancient god was no longer in a sorry state. Instead, he regained his high and mighty demeanor. He was like a god as he announced the earthly sovereign's crimes. He wanted this expert, who had fought for the human race his entire life, to kneel and accept his death in humiliation. The earthly sovereign's army was all furious. All of the Rinzhu let out angry roars. The earthly sovereign also let out an angry roar. He suddenly raised his sword and personally cut off his own leg. Without a leg, I won't kneel. Without a head, I won't know fear. Poof! The earthly sovereign raised his sword and cut off his head again. His head suddenly flew into the air and flew toward one of the ancient emperors of the Red Moon divine dynasty. I don't blame you for not having the guts to fight against the ancient gods. I'll give this head to you in exchange for a chance for my subordinates to live. Kill. The legless and headless earthly sovereign still waved his sword at the ancient god in the void. His divine soul was burning, and his blood was raging. This was the earthly sovereign's last and strongest attack. In the void, the arrogant ancient god let out a fearful roar. He tried to activate the heavenly emperor's divine seal to resist the earthly sovereign. But the earthly sovereign's sword was too fast. This was a fatal sword. It was also an invincible sword. Even the ancient god couldn't completely block it. His chest was pierced, and a huge bloody hole appeared. At this moment, the indestructible sword token's mournful wail became louder. Yi Fei vaguely saw a headless and legless body walking toward him. The headless and legless body touched his forehead with a bloody hand. Since ancient times, heroes have no way back. How dare you laugh at the gods and demons? Are you willing to cut the heavens? Boom! The earthly sovereign's voice was like thunder, exploding in Yi Fei's heart. Yi Fei's divine soul began to tremble. He felt like he had fallen into a special space-time. It also felt like he was in a dream. When he woke up, the sky was still the sky. This place was no longer a battlefield. Only endless bones were left. Since ancient times, the human sovereign has no way back. Yi Fei muttered to himself. He touched his shoulder, where the human sovereign's seal was burning. It was the symbol of the human sovereign, and also the human sovereign. It was a heavy responsibility. At this moment, Yi Fei understood that the earthly sovereign was the human sovereign, and the first human sovereign. And the indestructible sword token was actually the human sovereign's sword that the first human sovereign held. This was also why the structure of the earthly sovereign's pass was exactly the same as the human race's pass. When he thought of this and looked at the piles of bones on the ground, Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if the earthly sovereign's actions were right or wrong, but he admired the earthly sovereign's fearless spirit. Are you willing to cut the heavens? Yi Fei unconsciously repeated this sentence. He shook his head and then nodded. I'm not as radical as the earthly sovereign, rebelling without a word. But if there's a day when I can rival the ancient gods, I can cut the heavens. Boom! Chapter 25:12. Mywell can shake the heavens. The indestructible sword token glowed with divine light and condensed all the corpse aura it had absorbed into a corpse aura sword. It slashed towards the heavens, and the earthly sovereign's heavens suddenly cracked open. An emperor's coffin floated out of the crack. Inside, it was the earthly sovereign's corpse. Although the earthly sovereign was dead, the emperor's coffin still exuded the boundless might of the ancient sovereign. That's the former emperor's coffin. It's also the source of the ancient sovereign's power. If we can get close and absorb enough of the ancient sovereign's power, it will not only improve our cultivation, but also our bloodline. Some elders from the dragon tribe were extremely excited and took the lead to approach the emperor's coffin. However, when the divine Lord Elder was 100 steps away from the emperor's coffin suddenly erupted with a mighty sword aura. It tore the heavens apart and caused the dragon tribe elder to vomit blood and retreat frantically. Feeling the sword aura, the indestructible sword token let out an excited hum. Suddenly, it rushed towards the emperor's coffin uncontrollably. Even though Yi Fei tried his best to suppress it, he could not stop the indestructible sword token. He could only watch as the indestructible sword token turned into a stream of light and pierced into the emperor's coffin. It also happened to be branded in the middle of the emperor's coffin. Yi Fei could not help but have an extremely bold thought. Could it be that the nine heavens sword master entered the earthly sovereign's heavens? But she did not have the ability to take the complete emperor's coffin away, so she could only take the indestructible sword token that was branded on the emperor's coffin. Patriarch, what's going on? Why have we never heard of the ancient sovereign's coffin in the forbidden land of gods and demons? Long Xing's rough voice sounded again. Long Wang's expression was grave. The ancient sovereign's coffin is the greatest secret of the forbidden land of gods and demons. It is also the foundation of the forbidden land of gods and demons. Throughout history, Only the three patriarchs of the divine Devil City knew about it. However, from the actions of the demonic palace, it seems that the demonic palace already knows about it. Otherwise, the demonic palace main hall wouldn't pay attention to our small divine Devil City. Yi Fei, you must be careful. This emperor's coffin is very strange. If anyone comes within 100 steps of it, the emperor's coffin will explode with boundless sword might and kill them. In the past, even the previous clan leader and the Nine-Heaven Swordmaster were unable to subdue this emperor's coffin. They could only take away the black gold sword token on the emperor's coffin. When Yi Fei first took out the indestructible sword token, Long Guang did not pay much attention. It was only when the indestructible sword token opened the heavens and summoned the ancient emperor's coffin that he suddenly realized why the indestructible sword token in Yi Fei's hand looked so familiar. That was clearly something that was originally on the emperor coffin. At this moment, the indestructible sword token had returned once again and fused with the emperor's coffin. Yi Fei did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, the indestructible sword soul had followed him from the beginning. It was not only a weapon, but also Yi Fei's faith and hope. He would rather give up the black gold emperor sword than give up the indestructible sword token. No matter how strange this emperor's coffin is, I must take back the indestructible sword token. Since it has followed me, it no longer belongs to this emperor's coffin. Dong! Yi Fei's footsteps were as heavy as a mountain. He took large strides towards the emperor's coffin. Instantly, a terrifying sword howl erupted from within the emperor's coffin, as though warning Yi Fei not to come any closer. It was as though taking another step forward would be blasphemy, and he would be mercilessly attacked by the emperor's coffin. At this moment, Long Guang's expression turned extremely serious. He had already decided to place the future of the demi-dragon race on Yi Fei. If anything happened to Yi Fei, the dragon race would lose all hope. Brother, be careful. Long Jiao was silent all the way. However, when she saw Yi Fei walking towards the emperor's coffin, she became anxious. Then, she saw Yi Fei's figure enter within 100 steps of the emperor's coffin. Boom! A mighty sword aura burst out from within the emperor's coffin like a hurricane. It was as though it could split the sky and kill all the gods and demons in the world. Yi Fei's expression also turned serious at this moment. He snorted coldly. His ancient god golden body was like a purplish gold star that shone dazzlingly. The sword aura from the emperor's coffin couldn't affect Yi Fei at all. He continued to advance, step by step, towards the ancient emperor's coffin. Long Jiao's expression also became more and more anxious as Yi Fei continued to approach. Father, will Yi Fei be in trouble if he does this? Probably not. Back then, the Nine-Heaven Swordmaster was able to get close to the emperor's coffin and take away the black gold sword token. Since Yi Fei was chosen by the previous tribe leader, he must have inherited the legacy of the Nine-Heaven Swordmaster. As long as he doesn't touch the emperor's coffin. Boom! Before Long Guang could finish speaking, Yi Fei had already reached the emperor's coffin. His hands suddenly grabbed the emperor's coffin, as though he wanted to lift it up and take it away. Long Guang's eyes widened in shock. Long Jiao and Long Xing were also dumbfounded. No one had dared to touch the emperor's coffin ever since it had appeared. Even a Nine-Heaven Swordmaster could only take away the indestructible sword token on it. But Yi Fei wanted to touch the emperor's coffin? Such an action. It was no different from a mortal challenging a sleeping beast. When the beast was awakened, the entire emperor's coffin shone with light. A mighty ancient emperor's aura spread out like the heavens and earth. Even though they were 100 steps away, Long Jiao and Long Xing felt their breathing stagnate. It was as though their bodies were about to collapse from the pressure. Yi Fei bore the brunt of the ancient emperor's aura, and the pressure he felt was 100 times more than the other two. Even the ancient god golden body, which had always been successful, started to crack violently. The strong pressure caused Yi Fei's soul to feel piercing pain. The dark force in his body felt as though it had been sucked dry, and he was extremely weak. At this rate, his ancient god golden body might shatter within 10 breaths of time. His physical body would also be crushed by the ancient emperor's aura. However, Yi Fei still refused to retreat. After all, this was the emperor's coffin of the earthly emperor. He was a person from the earthly domain who shared the same bloodline as him. Such an emperor should not be buried in a foreign land. Instead, he should return to his homeland and be buried in the earthly domain, just like the previous human emperors. Earthly emperor, if your spirit is in heaven, let me take your body back to your homeland. Soul, come back. Yi Fei roared. He exerted force with both hands again, trying to lift the emperor's coffin. Long Guang and the other divine emperors of the dragon tribe were frightened, and their faces turned pale. They even wanted to join forces and snatch Yi Fei back. After all, this emperor's coffin had been in the God Fiend city for almost 10,000 years. If it could be taken away, the ninth Heaven Sword Master would have done so long ago. How could he let the emperor's coffin hide here? Yi Fei, on the other hand, did not seem to feel the ancient imperial might of the coffin that could crush him at any time. He merely shook the coffin out of respect for the first-generation human emperor. Earthly emperor, come back. We are both human emperors. My will can shake the heavens. Boom. Chapter 25:13. Renzu's attack. Human Emperor. Return. Yi Fei roared again. At this time, his golden body was on the verge of collapse. If he could not subdue this coffin, he could only give up. At this time, the coffin seemed to have sensed Yi Fei's intention. The imperishable sword token suddenly erupted with a strange sword light, as if it was communicating with the coffin in a special way. The entire coffin remained motionless. It no longer emitted sword power, which meant that Yi Fei was approaching. However, the weight of the coffin began to become extremely heavy. Even though Yi Fei had cultivated the ancient god golden body and had a trace of the ancient god's power, he could not move the coffin at all. Long Guang and the others in the distance heaved a sigh of relief and shouted together, Yi Fei, come back quickly. Don't touch the coffin. It seems to have a spirit. If it is unwilling, even a human ancestor would not be able to move it. Yi Fei sat on the ground gloomily and patted the coffin. Since it has a spirit, why don't you let me take you back to your hometown? You are the hope of the human clan in the Earth domain, and also my hope. It was your imperishable sword token that gave me the opportunity to become stronger. It was your imperishable sword token that allowed me to walk step by step until today. Now, you have died in battle in the heaven domain and are buried in a foreign land. Why don't you let us, your descendants, collect your remains? These words, Yi Fei was completely talking to himself. Hey, if I don't kill the gods and demons, how can I return to my hometown? Unexpectedly, a sorrowful echo came from the coffin. Not only did the coffin have a spirit, but it also seemed to be able to open its mouth. However, when it opened its mouth, it was a sorrowful cry. Yi Fei could not help but feel dejected. He knew that the spirit of the coffin should be the earthly emperor's lifelong obsession. If this obsession did not disappear, the first human emperor would never be able to return to his hometown. However, no one could fulfill this obsession, not even the earthly emperor himself. After all, the power of the ancient gods was too strong. Yi Fei had seen the ancient gods with his own eyes. Naturally, he understood how difficult it was to kill an ancient god. Yi Fei could not help but fall into silence. He was already considering whether he should be like the 9 Heaven Sword Master and only take away the indestructible sword token. Or should he let the indestructible sword token return to its rightful place and accompany the earthly sovereign in eternal rest? Boom! Just as Yi Fei was lost in thought, the entire earthly emperor's all heavens started to shake violently. Then, clear cracks started to appear in the sky. Long Guang's expression instantly changed. Renzu of the demonic palace came so quickly. Kai family, you really did sell out the secret of the forbidden land of gods and devils. Originally, only the Kai family, Qin family, and Long family knew about the emperor's coffin. This was also the reason why the celestial demon Grand Palace had never paid attention to the forbidden land of god fiends. Now that Rinzu of the heavenly demon grand palace had intervened, it meant that the ultimate secret of the forbidden land had been exposed. Outside the all heavens, the Qin family patriarch, Qin Ming, had a complicated expression. No matter how fierce the three families were fighting, it was still an internal conflict within the God-fiend city. Yet the Kai family had let a wolf into their house and given away the secret of the forbidden land to outsiders. Qin Ming, don't look at me like that. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. The three of us sealed off the forbidden land to break through Rinzu and dominate the God-fiend city. But after so many years, other than the 8-armed sword demon and the 9-heaven sword master, how much have we gained from the forbidden land? It's just some Rinzu and immortal lord origin tainted by corpse fiends. My lifespan is limited, and I'm not as foolish as the other patriarchs. Instead of guarding this all heavens bitterly, I might as well work with other forces to develop this all heavens and obtain the opportunity to break through Rinzu. Patriarch Kai, don't worry. I've seen your loyalty to the heavenly demon palace. Once we break this all heavens and obtain the ancient emperor's coffin, I won't mistreat you. Men, continue attacking. We must break this all heavens before daybreak. After daybreak, the earthly emperor's all heavens would disappear. This was the only chance for the heavenly demon palace to break in. Demonic voices rumbled in the void. It was Rinzu of the heavenly demon palace attacking the earthly emperor's all heavens wildly. Beside Rinzu stood a large number of immortal lords and Tao lords from the heavenly demon grand palace. They formed demonic formations and continuously tore the gap in the all heavens. Under the human ancestors' attacks, the gap in the all heavens grew larger and larger. At first, it was a small crack. Then, it became a crack the size of a finger. Gradually, the crack expanded to the size of a palm. Patriarch, at this speed, Rinzu of the heavenly demon palace will be able to break through the all heavens in at most an hour. Many of the dragon race's expressions changed. This time, they had moved their entire race. They had thought that Rinzu of the heavenly demon palace would take at least 3 days to arrive. By then, the earthly emperor's all heavens would have been hidden in time and space. The dragon race could also hide in the all heavens for 10 years without coming out. No one had expected Rinzu of the heavenly demon palace to arrive so quickly. During the day, the battle of the Forbidden Lands was still going on. At night, Rinzu had already begun attacking the earthly emperor's all heavens. Many of the dragon race's faces were filled with despair. Longguang also slapped his own mouth in annoyance. It's all my fault. I didn't expect the Kai family to be so despicable. They don't even care about the teachings of their ancestors. Yi Fei, take your people and retreat. From now on, Long Jiaojiao will be the patriarch. The young patriarch, Yi Fei, will be the patriarch of the very high race. His power is above that of the patriarch. As he spoke, Longguang roared. Demonic aura surged all over his body. He reappeared in the body of the ancient demonic dragon. He was going to sacrifice himself to resist Rinzu of the heavenly demon palace. Yi Fei's heart trembled. He didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the dragon race. But as the dragon race followed him and Longguang sacrificed himself, he suddenly realized that the fate of the dragon race was closely tied to his fate. At this time, how could he let Longguang go out and die? Uncle Long, catch the cauldron. Yi Fei threw the ghost god cauldron to Longguang again. Longguang didn't catch it. His giant dragon eyes shone with a serious light. Don't mess around. It's Rinzu outside. Even with this cauldron, I'm not his match. We can't let this treasure fall into the hands of the heavenly demon palace. Uncle Long, don't worry. As long as I don't want to, no one can take this cauldron away. Yi Fei snapped his fingers. The ghost god cauldron suddenly turned into a dim light. It disappeared from Longguang's hand and reappeared in front of Yi Fei. This was why Yi Fei gave the cauldron to Longguang without worry. This ghost god cauldron was a soul cauldron formed by the ghost god Sky, suppressing art. Even if it fell into the hands of an enemy, he could take it back at any time if he wanted. Long Wang's eyes lit up when he saw this. Good, good. With this cauldron, I can last longer in Renzu's hands. Even if I die, I might be able to drag a group of monarchs down with me. Yi Fei shook his head when he heard this. Uncle Long, I'm not asking you to fight to the death. I just want you to delay Renzu as much as possible so that I can control the coffin and buy time. With that, Yi Fei walked towards the coffin again. All the demi-dragons looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. Did the patriarch not make it clear just now? No one could control the coffin. Yi Fei, failing once wasn't enough. Did he want to fail a second time? Chapter 25:14. Born to be strong, the boundless sword light blocked Yi Fei's path. The coffin had a spirit and was unwilling to be controlled by Yi Fei. After all, this was the coffin of the earthly emperor, the first human emperor's coffin. If it weren't for the human emperor's seal and the indestructible sword token, Yi Fei wouldn't have been able to reach the coffin. Even if he could reach it, he wouldn't have been able to touch it. After all, the one sleeping inside was a true ancient emperor. Although the ancient emperor's might wasn't as strong as an ancient god's, it wasn't something a mere Tao lord could withstand. The sword light flashed again. The void couldn't withstand it, and a huge depression appeared. The coffin seemed to want to sink into the depression and fall into the abyss of time and space. It didn't want to be controlled by anyone. I know you don't want to be controlled by anyone. You only want to protect the last remains of the earthly emperor. But have you ever thought that the earthly emperor doesn't belong here? He belongs to the earth realm and the entire human race. The human emperor shouldn't remain here. A hero must return to his homeland. Yi Fei stepped forward, resisting the might of the ancient emperor and the sword light. Suddenly, an intense blood-red sword light erupted from his body. This light was so dazzling and resplendent. This was the light that belonged to the earthly emperor, the light that belonged to the human emperor. The coffin shook again. Suddenly, a sword light shattered Yi Fei's golden body and tore open Yi Fei's chest. Fresh blood flowed out, but it was instantly absorbed by the coffin. After losing his essence blood, Yi Fei immediately felt his body become much weaker. Clearly, this was a warning from the coffin. If he continued to approach, it was very likely that all his essence blood would be sucked dry by the coffin. However, when he turned back and saw the terrified faces of the demi-dragons and the cracks in the void that were getting bigger and bigger, Yi Fei gritted his teeth again. After all, it was Renzu of the Sky Demon Palace outside. If he broke the heavens, not only would all the demi-dragons who followed him be finished, even he wouldn't be able to escape Renzu's pursuit. Instead of being killed by Renzu while being hunted down, it would be better to die under this coffin at the hands of the first human emperor. Earthly king, even though you are dead, your spirit has turned into an emperor's coffin. Without your indestructible sword token, there would be no Yi Fei today. If you want my blood, I will give it to you. If you want my life, I will also give it to you. Yi Fei lifted his foot and walked towards the imperial coffin again. He did not care whether his essence blood would be absorbed by the imperial coffin or not. He was betting that the earthly emperor, the first human emperor, was unwilling to give up. How could he return to his homeland when the fiend god had not been slain? But apart from Yi Fei, where could the earthly emperor find another person to shoulder the responsibility of the human emperor? Yi Fei's reckless actions caused the imperial coffin to tremble violently. After all, Yi Fei had the same bloodline as the earthly emperor. Yi Fei's identity was the same as the earthly emperor's. Since the imperial coffin was formed by the earthly emperor's spirit, how could it really hurt Yi Fei? Too weak, the imperial coffin opened its mouth and let out a sorrowful cry. It was unknown whether it was talking about Yi Fei or the earthly emperor, but as it spoke, the imperial coffin continued to absorb Yi Fei's essence blood. The large amount of blood loss caused Yi Fei's face to turn pale and his footsteps to stagger. But he still did not stop. At this moment, he walked in front of the imperial coffin in one breath and pressed his palm against the imperial coffin. His blood flowed down his arm and into the imperial coffin. No one is born strong, but there are people who are born strong. The earthly emperor is like this, and so am I. This is the nature of man, and also the source of the human race's strength. You hate that the heavens are high and people are too weak, but you don't know that in this world there is a kind of power that can allow the weak to defeat the strong. That is the will of man. My will can destroy the heavens and the earth, slay gods and demons. Imperial Coffin, can you help me? Boom! A strong fighting spirit burst out from Yi Fei's body, but the Imperial Coffin remained silent. The sword light that filled the sky was withdrawn, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Fei's eyes became dim. Could it be that he still could not gain the Imperial Coffin's approval? Even if I bleed to death, I still can awaken your fighting spirit and save these innocent people. It seems that the earthly emperor is dead, and the earthly realm is extinct. Yi Fei stood up sadly and was about to leave. Since he could not get the Imperial Coffin, why not fight to the death? Boom! The crack in the sky grew even larger. They could vaguely make out the figure of a powerful human ancestor squeezing through the crack and into the all heavens. The will to die suddenly flashed in Long Guang's dragon eyes. Yi Fei, take our clansmen and leave. This old man is going. Roar! A loud dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. Long Guang pounced towards a crack, wanting to fight for a chance of survival on behalf of his people. But at this moment, the divine lords of the Kai family, the Qin family, and the demonic palace all rushed out of the crack after Renzu's attack. Long Guang, the end of your dragon clan has come. Yi Fei's good luck has also come to an end. Now, in front of Renzu, do you still dare to resist? Kneel down at once and hand over all your treasures. Boom! Dozens of divine lords attacked together. This power was enough to fight Renzu. They instantly surrounded Long Guang. Renzu of the demonic palace did not even look at Long Guang. He walked with his hands behind his back, his excited eyes fixed on the silent Imperial Coffin. This is the ancient emperor's coffin. Very good. It seems that the demonic palace will soon have another ancient emperor's corpse. Boom! In Renzu's eyes, Yi Fei did not exist at all. Instead, he attacked the Imperial Coffin. The silent Imperial Coffin was instantly enraged. Boundless sword light was released, turning everything within 100 steps into a zone of death. But the divine lord of the demonic palace was very cunning. He did not get within 100 steps of the Imperial Coffin. Instead, he smiled coldly and used all sorts of mystiques from 100 steps away in an attempt to deplete the Imperial Coffin's power. The Imperial Coffin's cries became more and more sorrowful. There was a faint sense of anger in it. Unfortunately, although the Imperial Coffin had a spirit, it could not move. As long as Renzu did not get close, the Imperial Coffin could not attack Renzu at all. You have great power, but you can't move. I would like to see how long a dead object like you can last. And that kid over there, get away from the Imperial Coffin immediately. If the young master had not taken a fancy to your body and pleaded on your behalf, I would have reduced you to dust with a single blast of my consciousness. Boom! While probing the Imperial Coffin, Renzu of the demonic palace seemed to have only just noticed Yi Fei's tiny figure. His eyes suddenly shot out a beam of demonic light that pierced through the void as he looked at Yi Fei. With just one glance, Yi Fei felt a stabbing pain in his soul. Without hesitation, his ancient god golden body released its strongest light. Chapter 25:15. Sword of Renzi. Yi Fei's words were like thunder that shook the heavens. It was a matter of life and death. The enemy was stronger than him, but he did not give up. Instead, he wanted to borrow the power of the Imperial Coffin to wield his sword and kill Renzu. The entire all heaven was stunned by Yi Fei's bold declaration. Then, the divine lords of the Kai family, Celestial Demon Hall, and Qin family burst into unbridled laughter. The Celestial Demon Young Master, who'd taken over the Renshin's body, walked proudly into the earthly emperor's all heaven with a look of disdain. A mere Tao Lord wants to kill Renzu? Not even the most powerful figure in the divine prefecture, Feng Yun, would dare utter such arrogant words. Yi Fei Renhuang Yi? Tui, he's just a lowly commoner from the lower realm. If not for the fact that your body is useful to me, I would have torn you into pieces. Rinzu, please take action and capture this person. The celestial demon young master bowed to Rinzu. Rinzu accepted the salute calmly and looked at Yi Fei with the same disdain. This is your last chance. Get over here and kneel before the young master. Otherwise, I will personally torture you to death. Yi Fei run. From afar, Long Guang's roar could be heard. Unfortunately, there were just too many divine lords surrounding him. Even with the help of the divine ghost cauldron, it was difficult for Long Guang to escape the encirclement. As for the other members of the Dragon Clan, they had long since been surrounded by the Tao Lords of the Celestial Demon Palace and the martial practitioners of the Qin and Kai clans. The fate of the Dragon Clan was close at hand. Yi Fei's gaze became firm at this moment. He no longer communicated with the Emperor Coffin. Instead, he grabbed the indestructible sword badge on the Emperor Coffin. The Emperor Coffin is unwilling to fight alongside me. Indestructible sword badge, are you willing to fight alongside me? Wong. The sword's spirit howled, and the sword token went berserk. All of a sudden, a strange energy burst out from the imperishable sword token, absorbing the sword might of the Emperor Coffin. Between heaven and earth, a black gold divine sword that was several hundred meters long immediately appeared. This was the true form of the invincible sword token and the true form of the Ren Huang sword. When he saw the complete, indestructible sword token, Yi Fei's heart trembled. His right hand subconsciously reached for the huge divine sword. Stop! Rinzu of the demonic palace roared angrily in the sky. For some reason, when Yi Fei sensed the sword token, Rinzu actually felt the fear of death. This fear made Rinzu of the demonic palace want to kill Yi Fei instantly, even if he had to destroy Yi Fei's physical body. But before his attack could even get close to Yi Fei, the silent imperial coffin suddenly erupted with a powerful sword aura that destroyed everything in its path, including Rinzu's magical light. Rinzu could not help but look shocked. How is this possible? No one has ever been able to awaken the coffin or control it. What kind of monster is this person? How did he manage to control the imperial coffin? The martial artists of the Kai family and the Qin family felt a chill run down their spines. But before they could do anything, kill! In the air, Yi Fei's thunderous roar of rage resounded out. He slashed out with his sword with both hands. A terrifying sword might gushed forth from the inextinguishable sword medallion, transforming into a formless beam of destructive sword light. This beam of sword light could destroy the heavens and earth, and could even shatter the Milky Way. The human ancestor of the heavenly demon, Hall, suddenly froze. He lowered his head, staring at his chest with disbelief. Then, the sky exploded, and a terrifying, bloody mist appeared. Under the sword light of the indestructible sword token, this human ancestor of the demonic palace was actually slashed to the point where not even his bones remained. A sneaky big black turtle rushed into the bloody mist created by Rinzu's explosion like lightning, desperately searching for something. However, no one paid attention to the turtle. Everyone was looking at the black gold divine sword that was hundreds of meters long with fear in their eyes. They also looked at Yi Fei, who was standing with the sword. Tao Monarch actually killed the human ancestor? Not far away, the celestial demon young master's terrified cry suddenly rang out. The instant the human ancestor died in battle, the celestial demon young master wanted to flee the all heavens. However, a pair of cold eyes had already locked onto him. Kill! Yi Fei ignored his weakness and raised his sword again, slashing forward. The demonic young master let out a shrill roar. At this moment, he changed positions again, but this time he did not switch positions with the demonic palace's divine lord. Instead, he switched positions with the Kai family's patriarch. Celestial demon young master, you bastard. The patriarch of the Kai family had never imagined that his cooperation with the celestial demon palace would end in such a manner. When he saw the terrifying sword light slashing down, the patriarch of the Kai family was so frightened that his gallbladder shattered. Then he saw the terrifying sword aura pierce through his body and slash into the divine lords surrounding Long Guang. Before the divine lords could understand what was going on, more than a dozen of them had already been cut into pieces by the sword aura. It was like fireworks blooming in the sky. How is this possible? He really controlled the emperor's coffin. The Qin family's patriarch suddenly felt his hands and feet go cold. Then, as if he had gone mad, he decisively gave up on attacking Long Guang and just screamed crazily, "Retreat, retreat." Qin family, escape from the divine devil city. At this moment, Qin Ming didn't even want the God Devil City anymore. He was filled with regret. Firstly, he was greedy for cooperating with the Kai family and the Sky Demon Palace, seeing that the human ancestor and the God Lord weren't a match for Yi Fei's sword. The other Dao lords screamed in terror. Kai Ming and Qin Yi, the two most outstanding disciples of the Divine Devil City, tried to escape from the All Heavens as quickly as possible. However, all that awaited them was a sword aura. Yimo, you won't have a good ending for opposing the demonic palace. The black-robed Wei Huang roared indignantly before he escaped. This roar instantly attracted Yi Fei's attention. I remember that you once tried to kill Long Jiaojiao in the Void Arena. Now, I'll take your life to avenge Jiaojiao. Boom! Sword lights swept out, causing Wei Huang, Qin Yi, and Kai Ming's bodies to explode one after another. Many of the Dao lords who had fled with them also exploded. Qin Shi's face turned pale. She lay paralyzed on the ground in fear and looked at Long Xing, who had transformed into the primordial demon dragon. Long Xing, I know that you still have feelings for me. Save me, and I'll be your woman. Roar! Before the sound of his voice faded away, the roar of a dragon resounded in the air. The Qin clan's patriarch screamed before he died. Long Guang controlled the cauldron of ghosts and deities to kill Qin Ming. The terrifying power of the cauldron shattered the air. Qin Shi's body was also shattered. Long Xing also let out a dragon roar. Then, his huge body rushed out of the All Heavens and continued to pursue the fleeing Qin family, Kai family, and the remaining Dao lords of the demonic palace. Without the threat of Renzu, Long Guang also unleashed his power. Long Guang also displayed his might. With the ghost deity cauldron, he killed many divine lords in succession. Yi Fei didn't continue to interfere. He just held the indestructible sword token and took a step to the demonic young master's side. The huge black gold sword exuded endless destructive sword intent and slashed down in an instant. Chapter 25:16. Quasi-Emperor, the celestial demon, young master's expression also turned to one of extreme fear. Yi Fei, you can't kill me. The soul of the human deity is still here. Boom! The black gold sword light slashed down, leaving a deep trench in the ground. This trench was less than a finger's length away from the celestial demon young master. But at this distance, Yi Fei could not slash down. Although the human deity had been possessed, his soul was not dead. In other words, the human deity still had a chance of being revived. You're lying to me. To possess another's body, you have to destroy the other's soul. How can you possess a complete body when the human deity's soul is not dead? Yi Fei's expression was cold. This coldness made the celestial demon young master shiver. In the face of death, he did not dare to hide anything. My celestial demon hall has a secret technique that can directly take over the body without harming the other party's soul. Killing me will do you no good. You might as well use me to exchange with the celestial demon Great Hall. Now, the human deity's soul has been sent to the celestial demon Great Hall. What? The human deity's soul has been sent to the celestial demon Great Hall? Yi Fei was shocked again, but he did not completely believe the celestial demon young master's words. He continued to ask coldly, "Why are you sending it to the celestial demon Great Hall? Is this how you talk to me?" The celestial demon young master was displeased. He had said so much, and he even had the human deity's soul in his hands. How could Yi Fei not give him any preferential treatment? Let me get up. I'll stand and talk to you, but you still want to remove the sword's might. The celestial demon, young master, threatened. Yi Fei did not say anything. He just suddenly withdrew his sword and shrunk the indestructible sword token. It was also at this moment that the celestial fiend, young master, suddenly went berserk. He controlled the human deity's body to attack Yi Fei. At the same time, his soul transformed into countless shadows that rushed out of the human deity's body. Yi Fei, do you really think you can capture me? My celestial demon Hall's mystique is beyond your imagination. Celestial demon disintegration. Celestial devil young master laughed maniacally. Celestial devil young master was about to split into even more shadows to escape this earthly sovereign heavens. Yi Fei casually slashed with his sword and was shocked to find that his sword could no longer hit the light shadow formed by the spirit. Clearly, this was a very strange demonic Tao mystique. Unless his sword had the ability to cut through light, he would not be able to retain the light shadow formed by the spirit. What a good sky demon disintegration. What a cunning sky demon young master. Unfortunately, in front of Xiao Qiao, no matter how unique your spirit is, you can only take a beating. Xiao Qiao, I'll leave it to you. Long Xing had led all the dragons in pursuit of the Dao Lords of the Qin and Kai clans. Long Guang had also taken out his cauldron to hunt down the remaining divine lords of the Sky Fiend Palace. There was no one around. Xiao Qiao naturally wasn't worried. He immediately ran out of the beast mark space. With a squeak, the 5 spirit lights in Xiao Qiao's hands filled the world. In an instant, it imprisoned the celestial devil young master spirit that was about to disintegrate. This is impossible. What are you? The celestial devil young master was shocked. Even the indestructible sword token could not cut through his light shadow, but the little girl in front of him had imprisoned him with a beam of light. This was undoubtedly a very terrifying thing. However, the celestial devil young master didn't know that there was more to come. Hearing the celestial devil young master call himself a thing, Xiao Qiao's face turned red with anger. A dozen or so god-beating whips aimed at the spirit and lashed it wildly. Soon, the celestial devil young master's screams, which were even more unpleasant than a pig being slaughtered, resounded throughout the heavens. He looked at Xiao Qiao with endless fear and shock. Spare me. Young Master Yi, I surrender now. The celestial devil young master cried bitterly. The damage caused by the god beating whips to the spirit was too great. In her anger, Xiao Qiao didn't hold back at all. After a dozen whips, the celestial devil young master was on the verge of death. Xiao Qiao thought that the celestial devil young master was playing dead and hesitated whether to whip him a few more times. At this moment, a large black tortoise with spatial belts all over its body quickly ran over from afar. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao's faces darkened. However, after seeing the deity's physical body, Yi Fei resisted the urge to teach the dragon tortoise a lesson. He looked coldly at the celestial devil young master and said, Now, shouldn't you tell me the truth? I'll tell you. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you everything. We demons can't have bloodlines. We have to capture other bloodline martial artists and possess them to become bloodline martial artists. This is the reason why I possess the deity. He has a berserk divine body, which is very suitable for me to cultivate. In that case, you could have possessed him. Why did you send the deity's spirit to the celestial devil palace? Yi Fei's gaze turned even colder. The celestial devil young master did not just possess the deity's body. He even changed the deity's body into a demonic body. Upon hearing this, the celestial devil young master clearly hesitated. Yi Fei did not force him. He only winked at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao understood and showed an unhappy expression. He even cracked the god-beating whips a few times. The celestial devil young master was so frightened that his soul trembled. He revealed helplessly, It's the palace master. He cultivates some kind of magic skill that requires a large number of souls. Our celestial devil palace has branches everywhere. Aside from seizing the bodies of bloodline martial artists, we also collect souls. However, our celestial devil palace has more than one Renzu. The palace master is an existence close to a quasi-emperor. Without me as a hostage, would you dare to go to the celestial devil palace? In the end, the celestial devil young master could not help revealing his lofty nature. Although he had been captured, the celestial devil young master did not think that Yi Fei would have the courage to go to the celestial devil palace. He was only temporarily compromising. He was just waiting to trick Yi Fei into going to the celestial devil palace. He swore that he would make sure that Yi Fei would never return. Just as the celestial devil young master was feeling pleased with himself, a black tortoise suddenly appeared in front of him. It first sniffed at him with shifty eyes. Then, a black claw suddenly reached into his weakened soul and directly grabbed a spatial belt from the inside of his soul's heavenly palace. The celestial devil young master felt his heart ache. He had hidden that spatial belt so deeply. To think that this black tortoise had discovered it, and even snatched it from him and offered it to Yi Fei. The celestial devil young master was fuming with rage. However, he did not dare to voice his anger. He looked at Yi Fei and said, "I've already said what I need to say. Now, you can capture me and bring me to the main hall to exchange for the mortal god soul." As the celestial devil young master spoke, he tried to struggle free from Xiao Chao's spiritual light imprisonment. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly raised his sword again and slashed at the celestial devil young master. "Since you've finished speaking, you can die now. Yi Fei, are you crazy? Without me, what will you use to exchange with the celestial devil palace?" The celestial devil young master's face was filled with shock and horror. He had not expected that after saying so much, he would still not be able to escape death. When the celestial devil young master saw the sword light slashing down, an unbelievable thought suddenly flashed in his mind. "You don't want me to be a hostage. Instead, you want to personally go to the celestial devil palace and take revenge for that mortal god?" Chapter 25:17. Carrying a coffin. Yi Fei, have you really made up your mind? The Heavenly Demon Great Hall is different from others. There's not only one Renzu there, but there are also existences close to the ancient emperor level. If you go, it will be extremely dangerous. Outside the heavens, Long Guang and Long Xing try to persuade him. When they learned that Yi Fei had killed the Heavenly Demon Young Master and was going to the Heavenly Demon Great Hall, they were shocked. However, Yi Fei had already made up his mind. "Uncle Long, you don't have to persuade me. I was once sworn brothers with Ren Shun. Now that Ren Shun is in trouble, his physical body has been seized, and his soul is gone. If I don't do anything, I will feel guilty. Furthermore, Ren Shun was once one of the 3 great commanders of the Earth Domain. He commanded the Man-God Palace to fight against the Sorcerer Tribe and Lord of Darkness. He had made great contributions to protect the human race in the Earth Domain. Although Ren Shun and the heavenly gods each had their own selfish motives, their contributions could not be erased. This is also why Yi Fei had to go to the Heavenly Demon Great Hall. As the human emperor, he could not leave Ren Shun in such a state. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would rescue Ren Shun from the hands of the Heavenly Demon Great Hall. Moreover, Yi Fei was vaguely worried that Ren Shun's soul would be captured and searched. This would bring another crisis to the weak Earth Domain. This was also why Yi Fei had to go to the Heavenly Demon Great Hall. "Brother, I'll go with you." Long Jiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. However, Long Guang scolded her in return. "Nonsense. There are many experts in the Heavenly Demon Great Hall. With your strength, you will only be courting death if you go. Even if I am courting death, I will go. I can't help, but I can hide in the dark and do something for you. I don't care. From now on, you're my brother." Long Jiao hugged Yi Fei's arm again. Yi Fei's face darkened, but Long Guang's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Yi Fei, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about this? Jiao and I will follow you in secret. As for Long Xing, You will lead the Dragon Clan back to Fiend God City and try to take over the Qin and Kai clans. Now that the Divine Devil City, the Qin and Kai family's experts have been annihilated, the Sky Demon branch had suffered heavy losses. Naturally, the dragon race didn't need to hide anymore. Instead, they decided to seize this opportunity to take control of the entire Divine Devil City. Since Long Guang had already made his decision, Yi Fei didn't say anything more. He entered the All Heavens again and walked towards the ancient Emperor's coffin. The Emperor's coffin was silent, as if it had ignored Yi Fei's existence. Yi Fei didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, he used his hand to caress the Emperor's coffin. Earthly sovereign, although you are dead, your spirit still exists. Now, I want to borrow your power again to save the people of my Earth realm. If you are still alive after death, can you help me? Boom! The Emperor's coffin seemed to have become heavier, causing the ground to sink. The Emperor's coffin could help Yi Fei kill Renzu, but it refused to leave the earthly sovereign's all heavens with Yi Fei. Yi Fei sighed. All of a sudden, he did something shocking. If I want to save the gods this time, I have to borrow the power of the Emperor's coffin. If you don't want to follow me, then I will force you to leave. I can't let a hero's bones be buried in this defeated battlefield. Rise. Yi Fei's golden body shone brightly as he forcefully lifted the Emperor's coffin from the ground. The Emperor's coffin was furious. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure came from the Emperor's coffin, wanting to crush Yi Fei. At this moment, the ancient god's golden body shone with an ancient god's light. Yi Fei also became extremely strong. He carried the Emperor's coffin and moved step by step towards the outside world. During this time, the Emperor's coffin became heavier and heavier. Yi Fei's footsteps became heavier and heavier, but Yi Fei did not stop. He maintained his golden body and circulated his dark force. Countless chains condensed from dark force wrapped around the Emperor's coffin. Yi Fei carried the heavy Emperor's coffin and moved step by step out of the all heavens. He strode towards the demon province. This scene deeply shocked the warriors in the Divine Devil City. It was already shocking enough that the Qin and Kai family's experts were wiped out and the Dragon Clan's domination of the Divine Devil City. What was even more shocking was that Yi Fei carried the Emperor's coffin on his back, killed Renzu with his sword, and was going to enter the demon province with the Emperor's coffin. He's crazy. This Yi Fei is really crazy. Does he know how many people will covet and fight with him while carrying the Emperor's coffin? Does he know how many forces in the Divine Prefecture want to find him and kill him? Quickly send the news to the Divine Prefecture and the Demonic Palace. Although the Kai and Qin families are destroyed, this demon, you will not have it easy. Some of the Qin and Kai families escaped and spread the news to the Divine Prefecture and the Demon Province with hatred. When the news spread, the Divine Prefecture was in an uproar. Many forces were shocked by Yi Fei's actions. It was not enough to offend a large force in the Divine Prefecture. Yi Fei actually wanted to provoke a large force in the Demon Province. Along the way, the warriors of the Demon Province who received the news were overjoyed. The Emperor's coffin was extremely precious. In the eyes of many forces, Yi Fei was not carrying the Emperor's coffin, but a huge mountain of gold. Yimo, put down the Emperor's coffin and we will spare your life. Not long after they officially entered the Demon Province, a group of Demon Dao warriors came from afar, wanting to seize the Emperor's coffin. Long Guang and Long Jiaojiao, who were secretly protecting them, were also very nervous. Only Yi Fei did not seem to see the Demon Dao warriors charging at him. He lifted his feet and continued to move forward with difficulty. The Emperor's coffin was heavy. Every step he took consumed a large amount of dark force. Beneath his feet, the ground cracked and cracked, leaving behind deep footprints. Fortunately, Yi Fei had killed Renzu and the Divine Lord. A large number of dark veins had been obtained by the Dragon Turtle. With the support of these dark veins, Yi Fei was still able to move closer to the Demon Province and the Demonic Palace. When Yi Fei passed by, the ground cracked and cracked. There were also countless Demon Province warriors and broken corpses. Under the Emperor's coffin's powerful sword aura, no one could get within 100 steps of Yi Fei. Those who did were all reduced to ashes. This caused the nearby Demon Province martial artists to be collectively aghast. It was also the first time that someone looked at this youth who had walked all the way from the Divine Land to the Demon Province with reverence. Soon, Yi Fei's identity as the first on the Earth Carnage ranking began to spread in the Demon Province. More importantly, the story of Yi Fei killing Renzu with a sword also spread. While countless Demon Province warriors were terrified, no one dared to have any thoughts about the Emperor's coffin. However, many people followed behind Yi Fei curiously. They wanted to see if Yi Fei really dared to enter the demonic palace's main hall. Since no one made a move, Yi Fei could not be bothered with these Demon Province warriors. He just kept his head down and carried the Emperor's coffin. As he walked towards the demonic palace, he refined his dark veins at any time. Gradually, Yi Fei discovered a benefit of carrying the Emperor's coffin. It was that he could withstand the Emperor's coffin's pressure and weight at any time. Under such pressure, his cultivation increased even faster, and it could stimulate his potential even more. On this day, Yi Fei carried the heavy Emperor's coffin and arrived at the Demon Province's first big city. This city was called Demonic City. Chapter 25:18. The 3-day period. Outside the majestic city, the army stood in great numbers. These were the heavenly demon army, trained by the heavenly demon palace. They were the outermost line of defense of the heavenly demon palace. Only by breaking through this line of defense and passing through the heavenly demon city could one reach the true heavenly demon main hall. The news that the top prodigy of the Earth Carnage role had entered the Demon Province with a coffin and came specifically for the Heavenly Demon Palace had already spread throughout the Heavenly Demon City. While secretly shocked, the city lord of the Heavenly Demon City did not dare to be negligent. On one hand, he quickly sent a message to the Heavenly Demon Main Hall. On the other hand, he ordered the Heavenly Demon Army to line up outside the city. Yi Fei, this is not the Divine Land. Your title as the top prodigy of the Earth Carnage role is not useful here. Leave quickly and you can still live. Otherwise, dong. The earth shook and the majestic city trembled. Yi Fei did not seem to hear the heavenly demon city lord's words. He continued to walk with the coffin on his back. Under the sunlight, the emperor's coffin on his back shone with a mysterious ancient light. Finally, a powerful divine lord commander could not tolerate Yi Fei's indifference. With a loud roar, his powerful demon body rushed to within 100 steps of Yi Fei. Bang! Then, this divine lord commander's heavenly palace exploded. His divine soul collapsed, and his physical body was crushed into ashes. Only his space belt was swept up by a demonic wind and fell into the hands of a black claw. Yi Fei did not realize it. In fact, while carrying the emperor's coffin, he had fallen into some kind of epiphany. It was the pressure of the emperor's coffin that stimulated his potential. At this time, Yi Fei was walking mechanically while the mysteries of the great Tao kept appearing in his mind. When these mysteries were completely condensed, Yi Fei would break through to the mid-stage Tao Lord realm and condense a new law. However, Yi Fei did not only want this law to be the Mad Demon Law. Under the heavy pressure of the Emperor's coffin and the influence of the earthly sovereign's essence, energy, and spirit, Yi Fei vaguely felt that there seemed to be a stronger law that could replace the Mad Demon Law and make his combat strength stronger. It was just that wanting to comprehend this kind of law was very difficult. After all, this law had to be compatible with the Crazed Demon Law and yet stronger than the Crazed Demon Law. This was as difficult as overturning the Crazed Demon Law and deducing a new battle law. However, the more difficult it was, the more Yi Fei's competitive spirit was stimulated. If he couldn't even comprehend a 4-tier law, how could he control the ancient emperor's coffin? Holding on to this belief, Yi Fei forgot himself along the way and was completely immersed in his cultivation. Noticing Yi Fei's state, the heavenly demon city lord was also shocked. To be able to immerse himself in cultivation while carrying such a heavy coffin, I've long heard of the divine prefecture's power. I didn't expect such a person to appear today. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you shouldn't have angered my heavenly demon palace before you've matured. Heavenly demon army, listen up, set up the heavenly demon formation, and kill Yi Fei. Seize the emperor's coffin. Boom. Outside the city, the 3,000 heavenly demon army soldiers covered their faces with ghastly faces. They looked like a group of evil spirits from hell. Upon hearing the order, the army immediately got into a terrifying killing formation. Like a hurricane, they swept towards Yi Fei. 1,000 steps, 500 steps, 400 steps. They were already close to 100 steps away. At this moment, everyone became nervous. The heavenly demon city lord was even more callous. He directly ordered the low-level soldiers to take the lead and charge within 100 steps. There was no response from the emperor's coffin. Yi Fei also continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. Could it be that the emperor's coffin is just a facade and isn't as terrifying as the rumors say? The heavenly demon city lord secretly speculated. The death of a divine lord wasn't enough to frighten the entire army of heavenly demon city. The first row of killing formations was already 50 steps away from the emperor's coffin. There were already heavenly demon army soldiers with ghastly faces smiling sinisterly. They began to conjure their mystiques to attack. Boom! Boom! A thunderclap exploded in the sky above the heavenly demon army. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a thunderclap, but a terrifying blood-red sword radiance. This sword radiance came from the emperor's coffin and slashed down from the void. The majestic sword radiance was as majestic as the mountains and rivers. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The terrifying blood-red sword radiated with the power to destroy the world. It shattered the void and severed the earth. Any heavenly demon army soldier within 100 steps of the emperor's coffin was instantly annihilated. Their souls exploded one after another. Horrified or hideous corpses fell from the sky like rain. A terrifying rain of blood fell from the sky. This rain fell on Yi Fei's face and body. The coldness of death jolted Yi Fei out of his enlightenment. His eyes seemed to be enlightened, but there was also confusion. Finally, he seemed to recall something. Have we finally reached the heavenly demon palace? It's a pity that Renzu isn't here to receive my sword. Yi Fei raised his sword. In his hand was the black gold emperor's sword, not the eternal sword token. But when he saw Yi Fei raise his sword and saw 2/3 of the heavenly demon army being instantly destroyed, even the heavenly demon city lord, who was a half-ancestor, was scared out of his wits. He involuntarily began to retreat. Seeing their general cowering, the remaining heavenly demon army soldiers also retreated in fear. Many of the ghastly faces fell to the ground in fright. It was a laughable sight. Yi Fei secretly shook his head. I don't want to kill anyone. I'm only here to take back the Rinshin's soul. Please tell the heavenly demon palace lord that I'll give him 3 days. Now I want to enter the city. Dong! With a step, Yi Fei carried the emperor's coffin on his back and moved forward again. Behind him was blood and corpses. In front of him was the tightly shut heavenly demon city lord, who was leading the remnants of his army and retreating in fear. Finally, the heavenly demon city lord was forced to the city gates. With the emperor's coffin on his back, Yi Fei was less than 100 steps away from the heavenly demon city lord. You want to fight? Boom! As if sensing Yi Fei's anger, Boundless sword might faintly radiated from the emperor's coffin. The heavenly demon city lord's expression changed drastically. He suddenly roared in anger. I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of your emperor's coffin. Yi Fei, my heavenly demon palace, might be somewhat afraid of your emperor's coffin. But this time, not only is there Renzu in the heavenly demon palace, there are also other demon palaces and quasi-emperors rushing over after hearing the news. Take a step back, and you'll have a boundless sea and sky. Take a step forward, and you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. The heavenly demon city lord did not say all this out of goodwill. Instead, he wanted to intimidate Yi Fei and prevent Yi Fei from charging into the city and committing a dereliction of duty. Yi Fei, do you dare to enter such a heavenly demon city?" Perhaps because he felt that his words were not firm enough, the heavenly demon city lord roared again, filled with mockery. However, this sentence was quickly drowned out by a loud explosion. Yi Fei wielded his sword and slashed forward again. The horrifying sword light instantly destroyed the city gates. Yi Fei lifted his foot again and walked into this majestic heavenly demon city. The heavenly demon city lord's expression immediately turned incomparably ugly. However, he did not dare to get within 100 steps of Yi Fei. The many demon Dao cultivators who followed behind were also in an uproar. He merely obtained the first rank of the Earth Carnage ranking. This Yi Fei is actually so arrogant. He dares to ignore the cultivators of my demon province. Even a number 1 Feng Yun of the Divine Prefecture is not so arrogant. Chapter 25:19. Unparalleled sword might along the way, Yi Fei had been immersed in a higher level of understanding of the demonic will. However, this kind of enlightenment wasn't smooth sailing. Instead, it was faintly discernible, and there was always a veil covering it. It wasn't until the demon province cultivator's unintentional complaint that Yi Fei vaguely grasped something. However, this confidence made the demon province cultivator tremble with fear. "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please spare me." The demon province cultivator was thoroughly frightened by the tragic state of the sky demon army. He thought that his words had angered Yi Fei, so he was scared witless and fled into the distance. The nearby cultivators were also deeply afraid that Yi Fei would vent his anger on them. These cultivators simply dispersed. No one dared to speak ill of Yi Fei again. The Sky Demon City Lord's face was also ashen. Now that the city gate had been broken, Yi Fei had entered the city with the coffin. The only thing he could do was to pass through Sky Demon City as quickly as possible and directly enter the sky, where the Sky Demon Great Hall was located. "Hall Masters, that Yi Fei is so arrogant. If we don't kill him, what will happen to the reputation of our Sky Demon Hall?" The Celestial Devil City Lord angrily shouted. His words caused the expressions of the Celestial Devil Palace's human ancestors to change. In the end, they all looked at the empty main seat. That was the seat of the Sky Demon Hall's Quasi-Emperor. However, the Quasi-Emperor wasn't in Sky Demon Hall at this time. He had announced that he was in closed-door cultivation to cultivate a demonic technique. However, this demonic technique required a large number of cultivator souls. This was also the reason why the Sky Demon Young Master had sent Renzu's soul back to the Great Hall after taking over his body. "We can't hesitate any longer. That Yi Fei is just a puny Dao Lord. How dare he bully our Sky Demon Hall at the entrance? If we don't kill him, what will happen to our Sky Demon Hall's dignity? But how can we kill him? He came with the Emperor's coffin and can use the coffin's power to kill Renzu. If we attack, it's fine if we win, but if we lose, we still need the Grand Hall Master to decide." The Grand Hall Master is preparing to break through to the ancient Emperor level. If such a small matter alarms him, what use is there for us? "So many, Renzu. Let's go out together. Let's see if that kid really has the guts to barge into our Sky Demon Hall." Bang! The chair turned to dust as the most extreme human ancestor of the demonic palace stood up in anger. This matter concerned the dignity of the demonic palace, so the other human ancestors did not dare to be negligent. The 3 human ancestors all stood up and left the demonic palace in an instant, rushing towards the direction of the demonic city. Rumble. The combined might of the 4 human ancestors caused the space to churn with terrifying black clouds. Around the heavenly devil city, there were several other human ancestors. They were from the nearby powers and had rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the Emperor coffin on Yi Fei's back, greed appeared on their faces. It was just that those from the devil path were naturally suspicious. Furthermore, this place was the territory of the heavenly devil hall. These Renzu did not act rashly. They only looked up at the rolling demonic clouds in the distance. Sky Demon Hall. What a big lineup. I wonder if the four Rinzhu can break that emperor's coffin together? Kill that arrogant Yi Fei. Rinzhu sneered. Yi Fei, if you had come with the emperor's coffin and the Rinzhu's soul, there might be room for negotiation. Unfortunately, you came with the coffin and killed so many disciples of the Sky Demon Hall. Today, you will be a dead man. Boom, boom. Suddenly, four rumbling sounds came from the sky. The four human ancestors of the heavenly demon palace took up positions in four different directions. They were guarding against other human ancestors trying to take advantage of the situation, and they were also surrounding Yi Fei to prevent him from escaping. In the crowd, Long Wang and Long Jiao were anxious. Under the emperor's coffin, Yi Fei continued to move forward. As he moved forward, he continued to comprehend in his mind. Once again, he entered a state of enlightenment. Many demonic cultivators were speechless. Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were not surprised. They magnetized as they watched. Yi Fei was getting closer and closer to the Rinzhu at the front. Finally, the Rinzhu could not take it anymore. It roared and a powerful fist light shone in the sky. Endless demonic light burned the void. Under the emperor's coffin, Yi Fei did not seem to feel anything. However, when Rinzhu's demonic light was 100 steps away from the emperor's coffin suddenly exploded. A powerful sword force swept across the sky like a raging wave, shattering Rinzhu's demonic light. The Rinzhu was furious. It suddenly roared, "If one person is not enough, then four. Today, we must kill this person and take the emperor's coffin. This person is too arrogant. He must be killed." The other three human ancestors roared together. A total of four demonic suns appeared in the void, bursting with intense light and heat. They were like black holes that could devour stars, shattering the heavens and earth as they pressed down on Yi Fei. Yi Fei finally raised his head. He did not use his sword. Instead, he suddenly slammed the emperor's coffin on his back heavily on the ground. The heavy emperor's coffin caused the entire Sky Demon City to shake violently. The immense power of the emperor's coffin caused the ground to crack. Under the threat of the four Rinzhu's mystiques, the emperor's coffin suddenly let out a loud, mournful cry. It was mourning the death of its comrades and reminiscing of its former home. Many martial artists in Sky Demon City suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. The four Rinzhu's expressions changed at the same time. As the emperor's coffin let out a mournful cry, cold tears unconsciously flowed from their eyes. This emperor's coffin is too demonic. We Rinzhu have already reached the limits of humanity. Logically speaking, there is no foreign object that can affect our emotions. The more this is the case, the more it shows how precious this emperor's coffin is. It's a pity that this person has the ability to control the emperor's coffin, but in the end, he still gave the Sky Demon Palace a generous gift. The spectating Rinzhu sneered as they watched the demonic suns condensed by the four Rinzhu of the Sky Demon Palace turn into celestial phenomena and ruthlessly press down on the emperor's coffin. Boom! Just these four Rinzhu's mystiques alone turned 1/10 of the entire Sky Demon City into ruins. The Sky Demon City Lord's heart ached when he saw this. This was the reason why he wanted to stop Yi Fei from entering Sky Demon City. That place was his foundation. However, that foundation had been destroyed by the four human ancestors of the Celestial Demon Main Palace. Fortunately, although Sky Demon City is severely damaged, the four Rinzhu still managed to kill that person together. This way, I can be considered to have made up for my mistakes. The Sky Demon City Lord could only comfort himself like this. At the same time, he immediately rushed to the four Rinzhu's side and flattered them. "For Palace Lords, your demonic might is unparalleled. You killed this person." Boom! Before he could finish, a terrifying blood-red sword light suddenly shot out from the shattered ruins, sweeping through the ruins and shattering the four Rinzhu's demonic sons. Then, Yi Fei once again carried the emperor's coffin and walked out of the ruins. "Sky Demon City Lord, you're wrong. It's not the demonic might that is unparalleled. It's the sword that is unparalleled." Yi Fei pointed his sword at the sky. Chapter 25:20. Invincible in 10 steps. When the four of them joined forces, they could unleash the heaven devil killing formation of the four phases, four massacres. Any other patriarch would be completely unstoppable. And yet, when faced with Yi Fei, their divine ability failed, and they couldn't even get within 10 paces of the imperial coffin. This kid is invincible within 10 steps. The coffin is not only demonic, but also demonic. No wonder this kid dared to carry the coffin with his Tao Lord cultivation. With the coffin in hand, not only will the Sky Demon Palace not gain any advantage, they might even suffer a great loss. The surrounding human ancestors discussed spiritedly. If it could be said that they had looked at the Emperor's coffin with burning greed in their eyes at the beginning, then they were now looking at the Emperor's coffin with deep fear. Kill. I don't believe that the four of us Renzu can't kill a puny Tao Lord like him. Let's charge in and kill him. Roar. Realizing that a simple divine ability attack wouldn't work, the four Renzu roared at the same time. Behind them, Renzu skeletons filled with corpse aura walked out. These skeletons were assembled from Renzu corpses that the Sky Demon Palace had painstakingly collected. Although they weren't as strong as Renzu, they had the advantage in numbers. The four Renzu continued chanting. Behind them, more than 30 corpse demons formed from the bones of the human ancestors walked out one after another. When the other martial artists saw this, they trembled in fear. There were even human ancestors who cried out involuntarily. I've long heard that the Celestial Demon Palace is able to refine corpse demons with white bones. Their strength is only inferior to those demon palaces. Today, it seems that they live up to their reputation. The four Renzu and more than 30 corpses are attacking from both inside and outside. Even if Yi Fei can control the coffin, he's probably doomed. These human ancestors were all veterans of a Jianghu. Although they were stunned by Yi Fei's magnificent feat of carrying the Emperor's coffin on his back and slaughtering his way into the Sky Fiend Palace, they also knew that given Yi Fei's Tao Lord level of power, it would be very difficult for him to unleash the true power of the Emperor's coffin. This became Yi Fei's greatest weakness. Once he died, the Emperor's coffin would become an ownerless object. The four Renzu of the Sky Demon Palace saw this and decided to summon the strongest corpses of the Sky Demon Palace. The moment these corpses appeared, they roared angrily and charged toward the coffin without fear of death. The entire coffin was immediately enraged. The earthly sovereign's immortal spirit instantly transformed into a terrifying ancient sovereign sword aura. This sword aura was like a sky crushing another sky. It contained the battle intent and anger of the earthly sovereign when he was alive. The mighty sword aura swept out like a hurricane and formed a terrifying space of death within 100 steps. However, in the face of this space of death, the Renzu corpses roared. The four leading corpses even let out the maniacal laughter of the four Renzu of the Sky Demon Palace. Junior, do you think that you can scare the Sky Demon Palace with the coffin on your back? When we were dominating the demon continent, you were still playing in the mud. Oomph. If you kneel before death and hand over the coffin and all your cultivation techniques, perhaps we can spare your death. Boom! Yi Fei didn't say anything. His body only emitted a terrifying sword sound. Then, another black gold divine sword flew from the coffin into his hand. This was the true form of the immortal sword token. It was also the original Renhuang's sword. When Yi Fei's hand grasped the black gold divine sword tightly, a powerful Renhuang's might of the human Tao suddenly erupted from his body. Sensing this aura, the immortal sword token emitted an extremely excited buzzing sound. The immortal sword light transformed into a destructive vortex that appeared behind Yi Fei. With this, coupled with the sword aura of the Emperor's coffin, Yi Fei's sword light was even more terrifying than that of Renzu's, even though he was only a Tao Lord. Everyone only saw a terrifying blood-red sword light transform into a sea of blood. It enveloped the entire area. The bodies of Renzu's corpse demons that were charging towards the coffin became solemn. The ferocious light looked at the immortal sword token with a flash of instinctive fear. Then, the immortal sword token pierced through the body of a Rinzu corpse demon. One of the Rinzu from the Sky Demon Palace sneered sinisterly. I'm not afraid of you using your sword. I'm only afraid that you won't come close to the corpse demon. Sky Demon Corpse Explosion. Explode. Rinzu from the Sky Demon Palace muttered incantations like a shaman. His hair draped over his shoulders as he wielded his sword and began to cast spells. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't activate the corpse demon. The corpse demon that was stabbed couldn't self-destruct. It couldn't even move. This was because when Yi Fei's sword stabbed the corpse demon, he activated a function of the immortal sword token that hadn't been used for a long time. It was to refine corpse demons and devour corpse demons. In the past, Yi Fei had relied on this ability of the immortal sword token to devour countless corpse soldiers and ghost generals in the Tiana Nation. Corpse demons were just a stronger form of ghost generals. Naturally, they couldn't escape the fate of being absorbed and refined by the immortal sword token. After refining one Rinzu corpse demon, Yi Fei didn't stop. He immediately charged towards the second Rinzu corpse demon. The four Rinzu from the Sky Demon Palace widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They never expected that Yi Fei's Emperor's Coffin was not only demonic, but the sword in his hand was even more demonic. There's no need to wait for him to get close. Blow him up. Sky Demon Corpse Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The other three Rinzu learned their lesson. They didn't let the corpse demons fight Yi Fei in close combat. Instead, when they got close to Yi Fei, they self-destructed in an attempt to use the corpse demons refined by Rinzu's origin to blast Yi Fei to death. At the critical moment, the sword whistled into the sky. After absorbing enough Rinzu's origin, Yi Fei didn't even need to release the power of the Emperor's Coffin that the immortal sword token had absorbed. He only needed to release the origin of Rinzu's corpse demons refined by the immortal sword token. His sword light was equivalent to a Rinzu's attack. In an instant, it killed one of the Rinzu corpse demons. At the same time, Yi Fei's free left hand suddenly grabbed the ground. A jade-green vine whip had already wrapped around the Emperor's coffin and forcefully dragged Yi Fei's body towards the Emperor's coffin. The moment his arm grabbed the Emperor's coffin, he quickly erected the Emperor's coffin like a shield. Boom! A loud explosion came from all directions. It was the sound of more than 10 corpse demons self-destructing. In order to deal with Yi Fei, the four Rinzu of the Sky Demon Palace didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves. They actually allowed 1/3 of the corpse demons to self-destruct. However, the four Rinzu did this because killing Yi Fei was only secondary. Obtaining the Emperor's coffin was their most important goal. The moment the corpse demons self-destructed, the last Rinzu of the Sky Demon Palace had already controlled 2/3 of the remaining corpse demons and pounced in front of the Emperor's coffin. All of the corpse demons reached out their corpse claws and grabbed at the corners of the Emperor's coffin. They wanted to snatch the Emperor's coffin from Yi Fei's hands. When they saw the corpse demons successfully grab the Emperor's coffin, the four Rinzu of the Sky Demon Palace all revealed ferocious expressions. Oomph! Without this Emperor's coffin, no matter how strong that brat is, he's just a mid-stage Dao Lord brat. We Rinzu can easily crush him to death. Boom! Chapter 25-21. Wanting to kill the Quasi-Emperor. Boom. 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 The Imperial coffin shook as more than 20 corpse demons reached out and grabbed a corner of the Imperial coffin, trying to lift it up and snatch it away from Yi Fei. Without the Imperial coffin, Yi Fei was only a mid-stage Dao Lord. He was no longer a threat to Rinzu. Seeing the four Rinzu trying to snatch the Imperial coffin, Yi Fei did not stop the corpse demons. Instead, he allowed them to grab a corner of the Imperial coffin. At the same time, a drop of essence blood flew out of Yi Fei's hand and landed on the Imperial coffin. Yi Fei pressed down on the Imperial coffin and shouted, as if to himself, "You don't want to be controlled by others. but now there are corpse demons who want to capture you and offer you to Rinzu. If you don't get angry now, when will you? Boom. Following Yi Fei's words, the entire emperor's coffin was like a slumbering, primordial, desolate beast that had been awakened. The humongous sword whistled, shaking the surroundings. Not only were the corpse demons unable to lift the emperor's coffin, but in an instant, the intense sword might formed a sword whirlpool that could devour the world. They were all crushed to pieces. This is impossible. This imperial coffin seems to contain the ancient emperor's indestructible spirit. It can kill anyone who gets close to it, except for Yi Fei. Oh no, retreat. The four Rinzu were a little scared now that they could not move the imperial coffin even after using a large number of corpse demons from the demonic palace's collection. They stopped attacking and quickly retreated back to the demonic palace. This imperial coffin is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Yi Fei's realm is too low and he can't control it completely. This is his weakness. As long as we can grab hold of his weakness and ask the Quasi-Emperor to come out, we can still win in the end. Rinzu of the demonic palace found an excuse for his retreat. However, this was also the truth. Although the imperial coffin's sword aura was powerful, it was the ancient emperor who was already dead. Even if he was extremely powerful when he was alive, how much power could the imperial coffin of the ancient emperor retain after his death? How long could he last against a quasi-emperor with such might? It seems that Yi Fei is most likely an arrow at the end of its flight. Controlling the emperor's coffin and killing so many corpse demons is already his limit. It's impossible for him to continue forward and break into Celestial Demon Mountain. The Celestial Demon Mountain was where the Celestial Demon Great Hall was located. Inside, there were many layers of defense, and there were even quasi-emperors guarding it. It was very difficult to attack, and once attacked, it would consume a lot of energy. Long Guang and Long Jiao also looked at Yi Fei worriedly. They hoped that Yi Fei could save Deity's soul in one go, but they were also worried that Yi Fei's attack on Demonic Mountain would exhaust the coffin's energy and give Demonic Palace a chance to counterattack. At this moment, how would Yi Fei choose? To fight or to retreat? Dong! Yi Fei gave the answer with his own footsteps. He once again carried the emperor's coffin and strode forward. Behind him was a ground full of corpses, and in front of him was the majestic Celestial Demon Mountain. Just like that, he walked out of Celestial Demon City step by step and directly arrived at the foot of Celestial Demon Mountain. On Celestial Demon Mountain, countless Demonic Palace disciples were shocked. This person is simply a killer. He really dares to attack our Celestial Demon Mountain for the soul of a mere Tao Lord? The Demonic Palace disciples were not the only ones who were shocked. All the martial artists who followed here were shocked as well. Even if Yi Fei failed to attack Celestial Demon Mountain this time and died here, he would definitely become a legend in the divine and demon continents. As a Tao Lord, he carried the Emperor's coffin on his back, killed Rinzu, slayed corpse demons, and went straight into Celestial Demon Mountain alone with a sword. Who else could have done such a magnificent feat besides Yi Fei? The first on the Earth Fiend roll deserves his reputation. If this person doesn't die, he might really be comparable to Feng Yun. Haha, Feng Yun, maybe in your next life. Don't you know what kind of place Celestial Demon Mountain is? Even if he breaks through, the might of the Emperor's coffin will also decrease. At that time, it will be the time for the Demonic Palace Quasi-Emperors to attack. It was not just the Quasi-Emperors. There were already many Rinzu hiding in the nearby crowd, ready to attack at any time. They planned to kill Yi Fei and seize the Emperor's coffin after he exhausted the might of the Emperor's coffin, fighting for this unprecedented opportunity. Although the four Rinzu of the Demonic Palace had ugly expressions, a look of anticipation flashed in their eyes, as if they could not wait for Yi Fei to use the Emperor's coffin to attack Celestial Demon Mountain. Long Guang and Long Jiao suddenly became extremely nervous. They wished they could immediately send a voice transmission to Yi Fei to persuade him. However, before they could send a voice transmission, Yi Fei, who was standing at the foot of the mountain with the Emperor's coffin on his back, suddenly grinned. He did not attack Celestial Demon Mountain as Rinzu of the Demonic Palace wanted. Instead, he suddenly erected the Emperor's coffin at the entrance of Celestial Demon Mountain. Brat, how dare you do this? On Celestial Demon Mountain, the four Rinzu were furious. They retreated to Celestial Demon Mountain to provoke Yi Fei to attack and deplete the power of the Emperor's coffin. However, Yi Fei directly erected the Emperor's coffin at the entrance of Celestial Demon Mountain and used it to block the entrance of Celestial Demon Palace. And so, if the disciples of Celestial Demon Palace wanted to leave Celestial Demon Mountain, they had to get close to the Emperor's coffin. The might of the Emperor's coffin was so terrifying that even Rinzu could not move it, let alone those ordinary disciples. Heavens, this Yi Fei is too arrogant, too savage. He knows that there are quasi-emperors on Celestial Demon Mountain, but he still dares to use the Emperor's coffin to block the entrance of Celestial Demon Palace. This was not just a slap to the face of Celestial Demon Palace, but a slap to the quasi-emperor's face. The four Rinzu of Celestial Demon Palace were already roaring in anger. This time, they had no choice but to ask the quasi-emperor to come out. If the quasi-emperor did not come out and allowed Yi Fei to block the entrance, Celestial Demon Palace would lose all of its dignity in less than 3 days and become the laughingstock of all the major forces in Demon Province. Men, quickly report this matter to the quasi-emperor and ask him to kill this brat. A Rinzu roared angrily. Immediately, the divine lords of Celestial Demon Palace rushed into the depths of Celestial Demon Mountain. Soon, an extremely dangerous aura spread out from Celestial Demon Palace. After that, the boundless demonic clouds turned into a black screen that covered half of the sky. Standing within the demonic clouds above the black screen was the figure of a young man with a head full of white hair. Greetings, Grand Ancestor. The four Rinzu did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly led all the disciples of Celestial Demon Palace to kneel down and greet him. Everyone looked at the quasi-emperor with fear. The quasi-emperor of Celestial Demon Palace, Gu Wan Kuei. It is said that he is the founder of Celestial Demon Palace, and that he cultivates the soul-stealing divine skill, which can allow him to maintain his peak youth state forever. Long Guang did not dare to be negligent. Although they could not help Yi Fei directly, they could secretly gather information for Yi Fei. Hearing this, Yi Fei looked coldly at Gu Wan Kuei on the demonic clouds and said coldly, "Hand over the human spirit, and I will leave immediately. If you don't, or if the human spirit is not here, I will wash Celestial Demon Palace with blood today, kill Rinzu, and kill the quasi-emperor." Boom! Endless sword might, like the raging waves of mountains and rivers, pointed straight at Gu Wan Kuei's throat. The sword light was so dazzling, and so was Yi Fei's figure. Chapter 25-22. 10,000 Souls Palace. Yi Fei's unsheathing of his sword made the Divine Lord and Rinzu of the Sky Demon Palace turn gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that the Emperor's coffin was too powerful, they definitely wouldn't have tolerated a puny Dao Lord unsheathing his sword in front of them. As the ancestor of the Sky Demon Palace, Gu Wanku also couldn't tolerate it. Suddenly, a shocking quasi-emperor aura erupted from Gu Wanku's body. He stared coldly at the Emperor's coffin and Yi Fei. Anyone who sensed this aura, regardless of whether they were Divine Lords or Rinzu, trembled with fear. After all, this was a Rinzu Lamiter who was half a step into the ancient Emperor realm. Ordinary Rinzu wouldn't even dare to challenge him. However, Yi Fei relied on the Emperor's coffin to face a quasi-emperor. Who would win this battle? Or rather, how long could the Emperor's coffin withstand the quasi-emperor's attacks? However, Yi Fei was very confident in the Emperor's coffin. After all, he had seen the ancient emperor in Crimson Moon Imperial City and felt the true ancient emperor's aura. However, that aura was still slightly weaker than the Emperor's coffin. This was the reason why Yi Fei dared to come to the Sky Demon Palace alone. Here, If the ancient emperor didn't appear, no one would be able to subdue the emperor's coffin. Hand over the soul, or I'll carry the emperor's coffin and slaughter the entire sky demon palace. Yifei said coldly. Before the quasi-emperor's aura descended, the emperor's coffin also erupted with a fierce sword aura. This aura made Gu Wanku, a Lamiter Rinzu Lamiter, turn serious. He raised his hand and slowly lowered it. The four Rinzu of the Sky Demon Palace were shocked. Ancestor, could it be that even you can't do anything about the Emperor's coffin? I miscalculated. I didn't expect that the God Fiend city, which is so close to my Sky Fiend Palace, would actually have such an Emperor's coffin. Furthermore, it was obtained by a junior Downlord. Hearing this, the four Rinzu of the Sky Demon, Lightning, all looked regretful. If we had known this would happen, we would have informed the Patriarch earlier instead of sending only one Rinzu. Not only did he die, but this kid also got a great advantage. It doesn't matter. He's only here for a soul. Gu Wankue coldly raised his hand. As he pushed his palm forward, a huge palace suddenly appeared in the depths of the heavenly demon mountain. There were 3 words clearly written on it. 10,000 Souls Palace. 10,000 Souls Palace, where Gu Wankue cultivates. It said that every once in a while, the Sky Demon Palace will collect a large number of souls and send them in for Gu Wankue to cultivate. Among the crowd, Long Guang didn't transmit his voice. Instead, he pretended to be shocked and said loudly. Yi Fei's consciousness also penetrated the 10,000 Souls Palace. Then he saw that there were chains everywhere, binding the souls of martial artists. At the same time, these chains seemed to have an evil power that could absorb the power of the martial artist's souls. Once the power of the martial artist's soul was depleted, his soul would instantly dissipate and he would no longer exist. Among them, Yifei also found Renshun's soul. He was also trapped in the 10,000 Souls Palace. The chains on his body were constantly absorbing the power of his soul. However, Renshun's soul seemed to be somewhat special. It was able to resist the absorption of the chains. Renshun, Yifei's consciousness called out. Yifei, Renshun's soul seemed to be in a daze, but secretly, he maintained a certain level of consciousness. This made Renshun shut his mouth in time to avoid calling out Yifei's identity as the human emperor. Yifei, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me, Renshun urged. After all, he had entered the heaven realm before Yifei. Of course, he knew how dangerous the heaven realm was. He also knew how terrifying a quasi-emperor who had reached the pinnacle of Rinzu was. Second brother, don't worry. You and I are sworn brothers. Saving you is my duty. Yifei's tone was filled with determination. This made Renshun anxious. Just as he was about to say something, the chains trapping Renshun had already moved. They dragged Renshun all the way from the 10,000 Souls Palace to Gu Wankue. What's going on? This person is only left with his soul. Why is he still conscious after falling into the 10,000 Souls Palace? The four Rinzu of the Sky Demon Palace looked at Renshun strangely. They were also secretly puzzled. Why were there so many strange people in the Tao Lord realm? First, it was Yifei who could carry the Emperor's coffin. Now, it was Renshun who had a strange soul. Gu Wankue also looked at Renshun with some confusion. However, his main goal was to deal with Yifei and seize the Emperor's coffin. Gu Wankue did not care about Renshun, who was only left with his soul. Suddenly, a demonic fire from hell burned in Gu Wankue's hand. He merely bent his finger and flicked it at Renshun. Renshun's soul was already burning in the demonic fire, and he screamed in pain. Yifei's expression also turned cold at this moment. Suddenly, he carried the imperial coffin on his back and was about to step onto the celestial demon mountain. Gu Wankue, release deity's soul, and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll crush the celestial demon mountain. These words infuriated Rinzu of the Sky Demon Palace. Gu Wankue's expression was indifferent. He stopped releasing the demonic fire from hell. I can give you this soul, but I have a request. You and I will fight at the same level. If we win, you can take the soul. If we lose, you'll leave behind your corpse. Do you dare to accept this battle? Yifei, you can't accept it. He's a Rinzu Supreme Realm Cultivator. He can unleash an even stronger power at any time and secretly harm you. Long Guang finally couldn't help but step forward to stop Guan Kuei. The fate of the entire dragon race now rested on Yi Fei's shoulders. Guan Kuei, you heard it. Your level is too high. Even if you seal your cultivation and fight at the same level as me, who can guarantee that you won't release your cultivation if you can't beat me? Yi Fei retorted coldly. These words finally infuriated Rinzu of the Sky Demon Palace. One of them stepped forward and shouted angrily, Yi Fei, don't think that you're so arrogant just because you're first on the Earth Emanations leaderboard. Our old ancestor once entered the Divine Prefecture and became the Earth Emanations lead disciple. Compared to our old ancestor, you're just a clown who relies on the Emperor's coffin to intimidate others. Boom! Rinzu's words shocked many cultivators. Yi Fei was also shocked. This undying old demon had once become the Earth Emanations lead disciple? No wonder you dare to fight at the same level as me. Yi Fei's expression turned serious, but he fearlessly took a step forward. It seems like you've agreed. Guan Kuei smiled faintly. Although he had lived for countless years, his body and soul had always maintained the strongest state of his youth. At this moment, Guan Kuei sneered. His body shook, and a younger and more evil version of himself walked out of his body. It stared at Yi Fei evilly. Seeing that we are both chief disciples of Earth Emanations, I, Guan Kuei, won't bully you. This physical body is an external clone of my true body, and it is only at the mid-stage Tao Lord realm. Do you dare to fight me? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.